Good afternoon. I'm Eric Blank, and this is the Commissioners' Deliberation Meeting in Proceeding 24A-0547E, Public Service Company of Colorado's application for approval of its distribution system plan and cost recovery. Mr. Mendelson, can you get us started?
Yes, I can. Good morning, Commissioners. Good afternoon. I'm Mike Mendelson, your advisory team.
Afternoon.
All right, let's start over. I'm Mike Mendelson, your advisory team. Joining me today are Dan Greenberg, Ian Fetters, Michael Eden, as well as Lindsay Dundas and Wyatt Foreman from the Commission Council team. The distribution system plan today represents the company's second overall and the first under comprehensive new legislation, SB 24-218, enumerated as Section 40-2-132.5 of Colorado Revised Statute. This new law will be the background for many of the discussion points we'll raise today. In Section 1C1 of the bill, the legislature declared it is a matter of state urgency to ensure that there is sufficient capacity on the distribution system to affordably and reliably meet Colorado's decarbonization goals and support customer demand for retail distributed generation and beneficial electrification measures consistent with their benefit to the electric grid. According to company president Robert Kennedy, SB 24-218 was designed to facilitate two outcomes to meet the broader electrification and pollution reduction goals of the state. One, proactive rather than reactive distribution planning, and two, timely investment and cost recovery of distribution investment. Section 5D of the law requires the Commission to evaluate whether the 5-year DSP, one, creates sufficient hosting capacity to affordably and reliably meet the targets and standards of the law. Two, identifies the specific distribution investment associated with such. Three, includes detailed mapping of distribution hosting capacity with appropriate safeguards. Four, identifies a process to evaluate infill housing loads. Five, facilitates interconnection and energization efficiencies. Six, facilitates cost-effective non-wires alternatives and load and generation flexibility. Seven, facilitates adequate reporting and mapping to implement the plan, as well as measures of interconnection, energization, and constraints to such. And eight, includes documentation demonstrating progress of previously approved distribution system plans. At a high level, Public Service describes the distribution system as stressed and unprepared for the broad electrification 24-218 was designed to facilitate. The company submitted data indicating that as of 2024, 21% of all feeders experienced loadings beyond their design limits, and over half of all feeders were above 75% of design capacity. Such constraints are nearly so, according to the company, currently or will shortly limit its ability to energize new loads and interconnect new distributed generation resources. To counter such constraint, the company's 5-year plan includes the addition of over 300 new feeders, raising the total to 1,115, and construction of 100 additional new transformer banks and 35 new substations across its network. The DSP plan also includes extensive refurbishment and replacement of older or failing distribution assets, strategic undergrounding of lines, and the warehousing of infrastructure so it can be quickly deployed irrespective of supply chain constraints. Notably, the 5-year plan represented the period 2025 through 2029. In this proceeding, however, the company is seeking approval of investment for the middle 3-year period, 2026 through 2028, in which the company proposes to invest roughly $1 billion per year, or $3 billion over the 3-year period, in the distribution system. Most of that expenditure will be recovered via the Grid Modernization Adjustment Clause, or GMAC, a new rider to be placed on customer bills starting January 1, 2026, for which the Commission has been provided distinct guidance to evaluate by the legislature. Given the timing of that rider, it will be necessary for the Commission to approve a specific GMAC recovery level and associated tariff language relatively quickly through these deliberations. To put the proposed capital expenditures into perspective, the company's 2022 investment in the distribution system was $377 million, roughly 1/3 of the annual proposed value, and spending has grown by over $100 million per year since then. The largest component of the proposed investment is capacity expansion, representing over 50% of the total DSP, but asset health and reliability, new business, and community mandates make up sizable portions as well. Early on in the process, the Commission combined the DSP and the aggregated virtual power plant applications into a single proceeding. The AVP application was also required via SB 24-218 and is designed to facilitate demand response and other customer action through private third-party aggregators in order to develop a meaningful resource to meet load requirements. The parties to the combined proceeding include CEO, staff, UCA, Denver, IREC, Alliance for Clean Energy, or ACE, Boulder, Energy Efficiency Business Council, or EEBC, SWEEP and NRDC, Mission Data, Tesla, WRA, William Althouse, CRESS, Solar United Neighbors, or SUN, and Advanced Energy United, or AEU. Two settlements and a stipulation developed among different sets of parties relevant to the AVPP, the non-wires alternatives approach to the company, and in general support of the GMAC are also before you in these deliberations. Advisors have organized these deliberations in 4 steps in order to facilitate discrete decision points. Step 1, budget categories, forecast inputs, and overall DSP approval. Step 2, cost recovery and GMAC logistics. Step 3, non-traditional investment in programs, including the NWA and VPP settlements and data access issues. And step 4, remaining issues and next steps. However, advisors and council recognize there is enormous interaction among these issues. Accordingly, the Commission may need to discuss the issues in a different order, review a subject matter previously covered, or contemplate the interactive effects of your decisions. To that extent, we encourage you to either pause today's discussion or indicate the need for further review or presentation of materials in subsequent deliberations expected next week. I'll now turn it over to Ms. Dundas to frame some of the legal issues surrounding the GMAC. We will then turn the discussion to you to make an opening statement. At that juncture, I'll ask if you still wish to proceed as I just outlined, or if you'd like to reorganize today's deliberation meeting in any way. Ms. Dundas?
Oh, sorry.
That's all right. Thank you. Ms. Dundas?
Thanks, Mr. Mendelson. You covered quite a bit of what I was going to cover, so I'll try to keep this short. I just want to highlight 2 specific provisions of SB 24-218. There's one found in Section 5 that relates to how the Commission should evaluate the utilities DSP and what requires you to evaluate certain factors. Those include whether the DSP establishes a long-term distribution plan covering at least 5 years that includes timelines and budgets to create sufficient hosting capacity across the qualifying retail utilities electrical distribution system to, quote, affordably and reliably support the implementation of the applicable target standards, plans, and regulations described in Section 5A. Mr. Mendelson laid those out. I think it's fair to say that they'll be shorthand, referring to those as statutory goals or legislative priorities throughout the discussion today. But when we use those terms, that's discussing those 5A targets, plans, and regulations. You're also tasked by Senate Bill 24-218 with evaluating whether the DSP includes identification of specific distribution investments that are needed to strategically support the legislative priorities, includes detailed mapping of hosting capacity analysis, includes a process to identify and evaluate infill housing loads, includes standardized, quantifiable, and transparent processes and timelines for formal load and generation interconnection energization requests, includes proposed actions to facilitate programs for competitive acquisition of cost-effective non-wire alternatives to defer or avoid identified system distribution infrastructure projects, load and generation flexibility, and other alternatives to system upgrades. And then finally, whether it includes adequate reporting and system mapping to implement proposed programs and plans, and whether they're documentation demonstrating progress from previously approved DSPs. So those factors relate to your evaluation of the utilities DSP. And then as Mr. Mendelson mentioned, there's also another section of 24-218 that discusses the novel cost recovery mechanism created by that legislation, which they refer to as the Grid Modernization Adjustment Clause, which is for projected distribution activities. It sets up the standard for the Commission to utilize to determine whether proposed activities should receive cost recovery through this newly established GMAC, if one's approved here. Under section 7B1, the commission shall evaluate whether a proposed distribution activity, quote, strategically benefits or advances the applicable legislative priorities. And then a second section of the GMAC standards pursuant to 7B2, the commission shall allow GMAC recovery for those activities that affordably and strategically further those legislative priorities. Also under 7B3, the commission may allow GMAC recovery for other activities that it finds do not further legislative priorities, but only subject to the performance-based framework discussed elsewhere in Senate Bill 24-218. Thus, the legislation creates a discretionary path under 7B3 for certain activities and a mandatory path under 7B2 for GMAC recovery. There's other GMAC relevant statutory provisions we can discuss as appropriate as we move through the discussions today. But I'll be available for questions or happy to discuss anything through breaks if that's what's required. And that's it, Mr. Mendelson.
Anything else, Mr. Mendelson?
No, but I understand you want to make an opening statement, Chair Blank.
Yeah, I'd like to share some big picture thoughts about where I'm coming from on this case, and then I'd love to hear from you guys about your views. And then I think I'd like to take Mr. Mendelson up on his invitation to maybe go out of order and focus on the GMAC. But let's focus on the GMAC first and cost recovery. But let me share my thoughts, and then really curious to hear from you guys. For me, I'm struggling to find that the company made its case that total spending and accelerated cost recovery of $1 billion a year of distribution capital spending through the GMAC affordably and strategically advances the statutory goals. Given the surge of generation, transmission, wildfire mitigation, and other capital spending that the company is proposing elsewhere, and what we've already approved for distribution capital spending, I'm really concerned about the potential cumulative residential and other customer rate impacts. This rate concern is exacerbated if the forecasted levels of large customers' EV and BE sales don't materialize, but capital spending is maintained. I also share CEO's concerns that electric rates be kept at levels that make it possible for customers to affordably adopt BEVs, BE, and EVs. I also want to quote the statute, section 1A-9, which says that electrifying transportation and buildings may put downward pressure on rates, so long as demand and supply can be dynamically integrated in ways that encourage utility investment in an affordable and reliable system that optimizes the use of grid assets. For me, this primarily means developing approaches that ensure that these new EV and BE technologies shift usage away from the critical system peak demand hours. Despite this potential, the company assumes that these technologies are somehow problems that exacerbate the load shape to greatly increase demand during the most critical and highest loss of load probability hours. For me, the company's approach is not on track to realize the promise of these technologies. And I think, as you pointed out, Commissioner Gilman, at hearing, it seems to be driving these large new capital needs. By statute, the company's DSP is supposed to present a scenario that incorporates load and managed generation flexibility that may increase system capacity utilization, reduce the need for system upgrades, and lower system costs. While the company included the Cavallo modeling, they did not present an analysis that would allow us to approve a plan that would reduce distribution capital investments by utilizing these technologies as system asset. The statute requires us to evaluate several things, including whether the company's DSP plan creates sufficient hosting capability across its electric distribution system to affordably and reliably implement multiple legislative priorities. I found it difficult to evaluate this plan, whether the plan does this, because I found that the company's supporting modeling was generally opaque, not subject to meaningful alternatives analyses, couldn't be tracked against the baseline from the initial filing, and adopted EV and BE load shapes that didn't seem completely reasonable. Finally, the statute requires us to analyze whether the plan makes progress towards implementing previously approved DSPs. This record has numerous complaints from parties that sections of the settlement agreement in the prior DSP have not yet come to fruition. For example, the company was expected to make progress by 2023 on developing better HCA maps and DERMS, both of which could have helped develop solutions that could have potentially reduced capital spending here. The company also seems to have failed to comply with the statutory obligation to file a flexible interconnection tariff. The company suggests that it has substantially increased distribution capital spending from 2022 levels, as Mr. Mendelson outlined, maybe almost doubling it. Yet on this record, we don't know the benefits of those investments. In essence, a very large increase in capital spending appears to have already begun, yet we're being asked to further increase capital spending and accelerate cost recovery without fully understanding the impact of the initial surge in investment. So I have significant concerns with this case, the amount of dollars and the cost recovery, but really curious to hear where you guys are coming from. So Commissioner Gilman, back to you.
Yeah, thank you. And of course, with the good timing that it always has, my connection's not doing great. So let me know if you're losing me, wave your arms and I'll turn my camera back off to try and get the audio on track. Yeah, I mean, I don't really disagree with anything you said. This is certainly a challenging one, I think, to adjudicate, in part because of some of the broadness of the statute, but also, we have a system that clearly is in need of investment in certain areas, as evidenced by feedback we're hearing from customers, largely more customers than the company, honestly, up to this point, on the inability to serve customers in certain areas, expanded timelines and costs to be incurred to those customers for joining the system, which is clearly concerning, especially as it relates to, affordable housing and economic development in certain areas. What's not clear is how strategic the company's been about properly forecasting going forward, especially geographically, how these things may turn out in the future. But I did just want to point out at the onset, I mean, I think there is evidence that the system is under stress in certain areas, and that it's important to invest in the system in certain areas to be sure that we can really encourage, kind of typical growth, as well as the other state policy objectives outlined in the statute. So, that leaves us in this difficult position of, having to evaluate if really this investment looks to be in the most strategic way to help support not just the system growth, but also those state policy objectives. So look forward to a discussion on that. And I agree with you with a lot of your concerns around capital spending as we're seeing across the system, and not just the electric system, the electric and gas system, a dramatic increase in capital spending, which is really going to put a lot of pressure on rates and on ratepayers going forward. And so while I think it's very important for us to ensure that this system is keeping pace with being able to provide for that development and inclusion of beneficial electrification loads, it's also incredibly important that we ensure that this will be affordable for ratepayers moving forward, especially to the extent that one of those important state policy goals was beneficial electrification, which generally will only happen to the extent we don't see really runaway electric rates, which make that far less attractive. So in that way, we have to be sure kind of this plan does not cannibalize itself and its own purposes in escalating rates so fast that, yes, now we have the capacity, but no one wants to do it because it's not cost effective. And so I think really what we have to do is find that middle ground going forward to make sure that we have that going forward. I agree with a lot of your frustration on a long list of things that weren't done yet, that were supposed to be done to help optimize this situation, to look at more strategic and affordable ways to go about serving these needs. And so be interested to get into the details moving forward, but generally agree with your opening comments.
Commissioner Plant.
Thanks. I agree with the things that have been said so far. I think, one thing I would stress right now is that to me, this is really addressing two things. One is, the current status of the distribution system, which is horribly overtaxed at this point, and we really need to make sure that we have sufficient capacity in the distribution system just to take care of what we have wanting to get onto the system today. And that's a real, I think that's a real affordability crisis right there. One of the things, particularly when you look at things like housing affordability, it's around, increasing the availability of housing stock. And if we can't even get affordable housing units, up and developed because they can't connect to the electric system, that becomes a real impediment to achieving affordability as well as, impacting the economy of the state. So I think that the economic impacts of not getting that necessary capacity to meet existing needs is pretty critical. And then the second is, preparing the distribution system for the new role that it's going to play as an active participant in the electric system, not just demand that requires supply. And changing that role is gonna be difficult, and it's not the kind of thing we can just simply say, yeah, that all meets state goals, go crazy. I mean, I think we're going to really need to be, checking progress and performance along the way as we make those kinds of investments. I think we need to be really strategic about the investments as we set up a process for accelerated recovery. I would say these capacity investments to address the current system constraints are, sort of triage point number one, to try and get solved. But then as we move down, I think we need to look at mechanisms to strategically authorize those investments. Not to say we're going to micromanage how the company makes those investments in the distribution system, but as it relates to the recovery, I think we need to establish certain guidelines and where possible performance metrics. And I look forward to sort of hearing where you guys think we could do that and how we could do that effectively. Maybe achieving that dynamic management that you identified, Mr. Chairman, as something that could really help to push down rates for people. On a broader level, just to bring in some broader concepts, and we've talked about this a little bit in the past. One of the things that the DSP contemplates is the cadence of DSP filings, and I think what I increasingly start to think about is not how we schedule the DSP cadence within as it fits with the DSP that we're passing today, but rather how it fits in with other cases that we're hearing. So we've got the consolidated DSM, BE, CHP filing next summer, as well as the TEP, which are all those consumer sided things. And I think we should time the next DSP to be able to benefit from the results of whatever comes out of those filings in those cases so that we can build basically from the consumer out and then have the next ERP basically be able to take all the modeling that we create through the DSP and those other filings so that we're building out the distribution-based proceedings first and then modeling them into the broader bulk system. And just to keep that in mind as we're thinking about the timing of these individual things, how they fit into the other ones. As it relates to the VPP, I'm encouraged by the settlement and the company's effort to establish the aggregator DERMS, or what we've called phase one. And I would say I think the greatest value as it relates to the future DSP and accommodation of increasing levels of electrification are with the grid DERMS, or what we call phase two. And I think that one of the objectives of grid DERMS might be the overall load factor within the distribution system where the grid DERMS are being applied, because increasing the efficiency of the distribution system by dynamically managing that that load on the distribution system should lead to an increased load factor and higher efficiency of the system. And let's see. I'm also, I want to say, concerned by some of the testimony related to the limitations on data sharing, accessibility, participation by third parties, the ease of use for the customer. Um, how we establish a seamless transfer of data is really going to be a foundational component of any dynamic system of data management, particularly as it's, becomes more automated. So we really need to get that right, and we need to get it streamlined and easy and effective. Um, I think this is, really this year, I think to a great extent has been sort of that big energy transition that we've been talking about for the last couple decades, and it seems to really be coming down to some of these decisions that we've had this year. We talked in the CEP about this new energy paradigm, of variable supply meeting variable demand, and how we get those two working together. And this is really the critical piece of that whole thing. And it's also something that's fully new in the system. And I'm hoping we can get it right, and but we can do it in such a way that it's makes economic sense and provides incentive for the utility to really achieve certain objectives prior to getting recovery.
Well, appreciate it, Commissioner Plan. And if you have, well, the one thought I had was if you have suggestions on how to phase the case, you might be prepared. This case with the ERP is, more specifically in terms of the timing, you might be prepared to bring it up in our next deliberation, or circulate, have advisors circulate a proposal. I guess my preference would be to jump to the cost recovery issues. I have one idea that I'd love to bounce off you guys that sort of mimics what the legislature did in terms of a rate impact cap for the GMAC. And on this record, it seems a little easier for me than going through each category by category, at least to start with, because I don't know how to set those budgets on this record, or how to manage it. But Commissioner Goman, do you have a preference about how we take this on?
I mean, I feel like no matter how we do it, there's going to be a lot of back and forth between the budget and the GMAC, right? Like, this is in part like one big picture. But I would say, I mean, the DSP is larger than just the GMAC, right? Like, the GMAC is a subset of the DSP that gets certain cost recovery. I think that's perhaps a little lost on this record, in part because, well, I think the company's interpretation is largely every distribution activity is GMAC. But in truth, like, there's the DSP, which is the company's distribution system plan and what it intends to do in the forecast window, and then the GMAC, which is this particular statutory. So I don't know, like, to me, the budgets seem bigger, like that seems like where we start, but I think we can go back and forth and kind of figure out where we are. I just don't want to lose in the discussion that there is still the DSP itself, which is like a different thing than the GMAC and indicates the company's actual plan moving forward. So it's kind of the larger basis upon which potentially some of the activities fall out as the GMAC. So I don't know if you have a strategy to get that done. I just don't want to kind of lose the forest for the trees here in all of the different things we'll have to discuss.
Fair enough. Commissioner Plant, do you have thoughts about how we structure the discussion and what comes first? Don't you love doing this in real time, having no
do.
idea where each other are coming from?
I think, to the extent that, as Commissioner Gilman pointed out, the GMAC is a part of the DSP, I guess deciding what programs we feel like fall into tier one, what falls into tier two, and then what is just falling into, standard recovery through the next rate case. I guess that, and then we can deal with how we structure the GMAC after as it relates to tier one and tier two. But I don't know either way. I'm not really sure what the best way is to do it.
Let me, so Mr. Mendelson, let me do this. I want to throw out an idea I've had on the GMAC, maybe an alternative to what WRA proposed, just keeping asset reliability and health out of the GMAC. And then maybe we can go through item by item, at least with that, with those thoughts on the table and in the back of your mind. And I'll just do it briefly. I mean, for me, my GMAC idea was to sort of cap it at the company's proposed Type 1 and EADA budget for 2026, which I think was a GMAC of roughly 30 million. And then for 27 and 28, sort of do what the legislature did, which was a 1.25% retail rate cap, which is whatever the ALJ and that ongoing process interpreting that results in. So basically mimic the same politics and outcome that the legislature did with a retail rate cap, which is sort of where I land on this record. And then maybe just set priorities like we've done in the past, that energizing new customers and affordable housing, fixing the worst outage bottlenecks, and maybe pre-ordering equipment are the main priorities. And then we can go through category by category and provide other guidance. But that was where I was landed on the GMAC, and I don't know that we got to decide it now, but I did want to get that out there. So, and I don't know that, I mean, you may need to confer with advisors and counsel before we even vote on that. But I just wanted to throw that out there as a way of dealing with the GMAC issues, and as an alternative to what WRA proposed, and as an alternative to what staff proposed. Staff proposed capping it at 25 million cumulative. And for me, I would keep the existing costs in the TCAD and not mix it into this. So I don't know, Commissioner Gilman, any thoughts on that before we figure out what issue to take up next?
Yeah, I just wanted a brief recap. My notes are not great. So Type 1 plus EADA 2026, and then I didn't catch
so so that would be about $30 million is what the company's requesting. And then 2027
in revenue requirement.
Yes. No, yeah, in revenue requirement.
Can I ask another clarifying thing?
Wait. And then
Apparently not.
What did you say? 1.6%?
No, just keeping the same statutory retail rate cap of 1.25%. So that
Okay.
the company claimed it's 46 million per year in revenue requirement, but that's being adjudicated before an ALJ. So whatever comes out of that, I just keep the same thing for 27 and 28. It's just where the politics landed, and it's sort of where I was landing on this record. I thought for all the reasons you stated, I thought the staff proposal was way too low.
Okay, sorry, Commissioner Payne. Now
Yeah, no, I just wanted to get clarification when you said the type one, the current type one activities, you're talking about the capacity projects and then
Yeah, everything the company defines as type one and excluding what they define as type two.
so type two things like asset health and reliability, they would get pushed off to uh rate base, like in a rate case.
Yeah, yeah. Ian, if you can help me, Mr. Fetters, if you can help with the definition of type one versus type two.
Sure, sorry to jump in here. In the company's proposal as it exists currently, both capacity and asset health and reliability would be considered type 1 investments. And under that structure, the type 1, including both of those, along with a few other things, is worth about $25 million in 2026 revenue requirement. And then the EADA is worth another five or so, which gets to Chair Blank's $30 million estimate for 2026.
Okay, so the asset health and reliability and the capacity and the IATA would all be in type one. Everything else would get moved to just a standard rate case recovery. And then how does the 1.25 rate cap do other things come in if they haven't hit that rate cap next year? Do other things go into the GMAC, or do you just give them that escalator on recovery and they apply it to what's being deferred, or how does that
Well,
work?
the type one activities would greatly exceed the 1.25% rate cap. So they'd have to prioritize. I'm suggesting they prioritize what subject to us saying the goals, they would implement it subject to that prioritization is what I'm proposing.
The only concern I have with that is that we're kind of pitting asset health and reliability against, like, some necessary capacity increases to meet the current system, which I think is sort of the number one challenge, and I don't want to see that get deferred.
I'm happy to define the priorities however you want. I'm just trying to put a cap like the legislature did. I'm trying to put some constraints on it. Ms. Dundas, and we can jump back. I just wanted that idea on the table as we go through each category by category, because that's where I'm landed on the cost recovery. Ms. Dundas?
Oh, thanks, Chair. I was just gonna say, for the commissioner's benefit, that I think when you're referring to the legislation, you're talking about section 4 B3. Sorry, I almost had it. 4D2, which set a retail rate impact for near-term investments in 24 and 25. That's where you're getting the cap from.
Yes.
So the language reads
proposed
a 1 1/4% retail rate impact cap on annualized basis for 2025, and that was before you in a prior advice letter filing.
correct. So the idea is to keep the caps going forward. With that, Commissioner Gilman?
Yeah, I have a question. If you're, and I guess we should point out, I think Mr. Fetters talked a little bit about this type 1, type 2, like the terms type 1, type 2 are kind of an invention of the company, right? It's to kind of define those activities that meet the definition in statute, type 1 that are considered by the commission to be done strategically and affordably, and then and they get GMAC recovery, pretty much get GMAC recovery. And then type 2, invention of the company, this terminology, but may not meet it strategically and affordably. And then the commission, to my understanding, is that the commission's discretion. We may provide GMAC recovery for those types if there's not a showing that they're strategically and affordably address these goals, right? So curious, in your kind of description. I mean, to me, I think it's probably best to take this from the top down. I think it's helpful to understand your proposal. Not convinced it's the way I would go. One of my main concerns is some of the statutory language around GMAC. You know, if you're saying, well, yeah, there would be way more type 1 activity, you know, using this terminology, type 1 activities, but we'll only give them part of that. I'm not 100% sure we can square that with the language in the statute about that they do get recovery. I think what's really important is for us to go through, you know, first we can talk about the DSP or whatever, but when we get into GMAC, what does strategically and affordably mean, and has the company met that burden to show that those investments likely would? Admittedly, a very hard thing to do since it's prospective, and you can't have strategically and affordably already done something that's prospective. So this is a difficult task in front of us. But that's probably my main concern with that capping is like, I'm not sure we have that leeway.
I guess I'm arguing that we do have the discretion, and the company, you know, on this record, it's very hard to determine what's strategic and affordable, given all the modeling and other concerns. So I'm sort of defaulting back to what the legislature did and what the politics of that were, which I think we have the discretion to do on this record. And but I think we can jump into the budget by budget discussion, and I'd encourage you to talk to council and see what you think. I'm struggling to find that the company's proposal was strategic and affordable, and would probably find that it's not. But then that gives us what's the alternative.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's my second concern with your proposal. Just, you know, the first is do we have that leeway? If we really determine the things were type 1, and if we're saying de facto they're type 1, whatever the company said is type 1 is type 1. I think we run into a little bit of an issue with statutory language, but my second concern is I'm not so sure they all are type 1. And so I'm not sure it's a good, I know we don't set precedents around here. I'm not so sure it's a good first move with the GMAC to essentially say across the board, yes, whatever you said is type 1, because I'm not sure it's that simple. And so that's another generalization that I think makes me uncomfortable with that approach.
Yeah,
I think that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No,
Commissioner Plant.
that's kind of where my thinking was going as well, which is why I would kind of separate out the capacity stuff as type 1, and then the asset health and reliability maybe as type 2, which, you know, you can. I mean, I have a hard time just in my mind thinking that, you know, grid modernization is maintaining equipment. That seems like sort of course of business, you know. You know, important. I'm not saying it's not important to keep, you know, equipment working. It's just I don't know that it really, you know, meets this grid modernization objective. And so, yeah, I think if we were going to put certain conditions on the asset health and reliability, or, you know, to cap in some way, which I'm less enamored with a cap, but if we're going to do that, then we wouldn't want to define it as a type 1. We'd want it to move to type.
I'm not so bothered. I mean, for me, the cap was important to send the message that we live in a world of constraints. But I think WRA proposed that we focus on asset health, that we, you know, exclude asset health and reliability from GMAC recovery. So there's record support for doing it that way. And if you're uncomfortable with the cap, we can go that way. I did. That was what I wanted to do, Mr. Mendelson. If you want to go back to the step one and systematically walk through this, um, uh, this was enormously helpful to me, just to see where my colleagues are coming from, and get that idea out there. So I turn it back to you, Mr. Mendelson. If you want to walk us through this step by step, that'd be great.
Sure. So, yeah, Mr. Greenberg is going to start with row 1.2 in your decision matrix. So I'll pass it to him and let him get started with the capacity budget.
Yes, good afternoon, Commissioners. Dan Greenberg of your advisory staff. And I know you were discussing kind of step by step going through each budget category. I'll just say I kind of agree that on this record, it's very difficult to identify particular pieces of the capacity budget for you to investigate in detail. My plan here is to take you through a couple of party positions that could moderate the overall capacity cost, but not to dive in detail into the capacity budget itself, because again, that budget is kind of rather monolithic, and we don't have a record to pick it apart, frankly. So with that kind of preamble, the first issue I want to raise are a couple of proposals. Both staff and SWEEP NRDC offer recommendations for prioritizing distribution capacity investments, either of which could potentially reduce annual investments by spreading them out in time. Although both of these parties propose these ideas for implementation in future DSP proceedings, if so inclined, the Commission could require the company to adopt one of them within this proceeding. Staff proposes a risk uncertainty framework, or RUF, which would increase the asset loading threshold that triggers a capacity project evaluation by 3 percentage points for each year by which the first year in which load is projected to exceed the planning load limit exceeds the time the company estimates is needed to complete a feeder upgrade. It's a bit of a mouthful. So as an example, if a feeder's load was projected to exceed the 75% planning load limit, or PLL, 3 years into the future, i.e. 1 year more than the 2 years it takes to complete an upgrade, projected loading would have to exceed 78% in order to trigger the evaluation of a capacity project. SWEEP NRDC's recommendation might similarly delay capital investment relative to the company's plan, but instead of increasing the loading level necessary to trigger a project, SWEEP and NRDC recommend that the company plan upgrades based on how quickly load is growing on an asset and when it is forecast to reach 100% of its continuous rating, perhaps advancing this by 1 year to provide a buffer. Shall I proceed to a recommendation here?
Commissioner Gilman, do you want a
Yeah, that's fine with
recommendation?
me. Sure.
Go ahead.
Both of these proposals are intended to focus investments on the most time-sensitive projects, leaving less critical projects for future years. Advisors note that while the company uses a forecast exceedance of the PLL as a threshold consideration, it's not the only determinant of a decision to initiate a capacity upgrade, as it considers asset age, a project's ability to mitigate multiple contingencies, the speed of load growth, and other factors when determining whether to fund a project. While there is record evidence that the company chose not to fund certain projects in the grid needs assessment, there's nothing in the record that indicates whether or by how much the staff or the SWEEP NRDC proposals would reduce capital spending in each year of the plan. Given the company's statements regarding its prioritization process, these proposals might have limited impact. Advisors recommend that the Commission adopt at most one of these proposals and favor the SWEEP NRDC proposal as it considers the rate of load growth rather than merely adding a static 3% based on the projected first year of PLL exceedance. But again, the degree to which either of these proposals would impact the annual capacity budgets proposed in this or future DSPs is unclear. If commissioners are inclined to adopt one of these proposals, advisors recommend requiring the company to include a comparison of its proposed capacity budget in each load scenario with a capacity budget developed using the preferred methodology and the direct testimony of its next DSP application.
Commissioner Gilman.
Thanks, Mr. Greenberg. Yeah, I agree, and I would tend to favor the sweep NRDC approach, as you stated. I mean, I think given all of the issues we've talked about, just a dramatic escalation of spending to get these asset utilization rates under control, but also, or expand the system in order to have these be appropriate. But getting to the most strategic and data informed way to do that, to ensure that we're really delivering the most affordable solution here by targeting, the most necessary projects first. And I think their proposal helps to make headway on doing that. So I would favor their proposal.
Commissioner Plant.
Yeah, I agree. I think, in my mind, sort of simple thinking, I'm thinking, the projects that are over 100% do them now. The ones that are going to be at 100% do them next. It's kind of what the sweep proposal basically is saying, and that seems to make sense to me.
I mean, I don't really disagree, but just worry that there could be ones that are 95% that have a bigger impact. So you just got to be smart. Does that give you what you need, Mr. Greenberg, on this?
It does on that one. Yes, thank you. The next has to do with transmission costs related to distribution investments. UCA points out that the record contains no information on the cost of the upstream transmission needed to energize the 35 new substations the company proposes in this DSP. UCA contends that the Commission cannot understand the total cost impact of a DSP without an estimate of these costs. Commissioner Gilman questioned company witness McDermott about this at hearing. Ms. McDermott verified that no transmission-related costs are included in the budgets presented in this proceeding, but stated that the company has high-level scoping estimates of such costs for projects planned for the next few years. The decision point for your consideration is whether or not to require the company to include estimated transmission costs in future DSPs, in this or future DSPs. And if you'd like a recommendation, I can proceed to that, or listen to your discussion.
Yeah, if you can give us a recommendation, that'd be great.
All right. Advisors believe it's very important that the company present its best estimates of transmission costs related to its DSP so that the Commission and others can have a complete understanding of the total costs that a DSP will impose. We therefore recommend that the Commission direct the company to make a filing in this proceeding within 60 days of the final Phase 1 decision, indicating the company's best estimate of transmission costs imposed by the distribution investments presented in this DSP. We also recommend that the Commission direct the company to include a description of how the company proposes to recover such costs. Finally, we recommend a directive that the company include estimated transmission costs for all future DSPs.
Commissioner Gilman.
Thanks, Mr. Greenberg. Yeah, I agree. And I think one key thing this does is really helps the Commission see the bigger picture on the costs being expected across the system. It tends to be we hear about something somewhere, and then there's a surprise somewhere else, and then there's more money somewhere else. And I think this could help get a handle on that, in addition to ensuring that really what we're analyzing in terms of NWAs or VPPs in terms of cost avoidance is the actual total, and that those are accurate, which is important. We have an entire system, not just the distribution portion of the system, to consider as we look at deployment of these alternatives to help minimize and optimize system costs going forward, but also really to minimize surprises and have just a better holistic view on what build out of the system looks like. and can kind of match up those assumptions and expectations across proceedings, I think would be very beneficial.
Commissioner Plant?
I agree.
As do I. And does that give you what you need on this one? I want to go back to the capacity thing for a second.
Sure, it does.
So just to be clear, I'm struggling. So I'm looking at the capacity budget. It's 413 million in 2026. It's 478 million in 2027 and 472 million in 2028. My vote previously is not to support that budget. Is it? Are we going to be talking about the capacity budgets later, or is that it?
I think you definitely are going to need more deliberation about the capacity budget. I guess what I was saying earlier is that I mean, I agree with your opening statement, Chair Blank, that it is difficult on this record to identify specific components of the capacity budget that should be altered. And I think also, I believe you also suggested that it should be up to the company to determine the priorities for those capacity investments. But I do think that I'm just not prepared to lead you through a discussion about specifically how you would either reduce the overall budget or allocate between the GMAC and base rate recovery.
So, Mr. Mendelson, how are you going to lead us through this discussion about a commission ruling on the capacity budget? I mean, I mainly viewed the say again.
With respect to the GMAC recovery?
Well, with respect to whether we agree with this budget or not, I mean, it's $1.4 billion. Do we agree with the budget, and are we going to allow it to be recovered through the GMAC? So when are we going to are we discussing that now, or are we discussing it later?
We're discussing the first part now, of whether we agree with the capacity budget overall. The specific cost recovery allowance is meant to be decided in the next step, where we'll evaluate the type 1, type 2 protocol.
Well, just to be clear, I'm struggling to find that this budget is strategic and affordable and the right one. So is that discussion now, or are we having that later?
We should probably have that right now.
Okay.
Mr. Greenberg pointed out some of the counter arguments from the parties, but a big argument from STAT overall is that they didn't have an opportunity to conduct any alternative analysis, so it was very difficult for them to evaluate the record without that.
And if I could say, the only party that really did suggest an alternate budget was UCA, which suggested a reduction in the capacity budget of 10%. And if you're interested, I can discuss that. But other parties, either explicitly or implicitly, either did not comment on the overall budget or supported it.
Well, I'm fine not dealing with the UCA criticism if it's not going, if the GMAC is capped or otherwise managed. But if the GMAC is not capped or managed, I'm struggling to put $1 billion a year in the GMAC, and need to find a way to address that. On this record, I'm just struggling to find that it's strategic and affordable to put $1 billion in the GMAC. So I think we better resolve that now, because I'm not okay with this budget if it's all going in the GMAC.
Well, we could discuss that now and try to bring in the GMAC elements. We were trying to
Well-
keep this lane relatively clean, but or we could, when you have the GMAC conversation in step 2, we could come back and discuss the broader budget and
Well,
how it relates to it.
As long as we're clear that I don't think the record, I mean, I'm with staff, that, it was not possible to develop an alternative, and I'm struggling with, this budget. So I'm not signed off on this budget, depending on what happens with the GMAC discussion. So as long as that's clear, we can keep going through this. But I am not reconciled, nor do I think this record supports that these levels of spending are strategic and affordable for GMAC recovery.
Mr. Chairman, if I could ask a clarifying question. So I heard you say, $1 billion a year, but that's only if you add in the non-capacity with the capacity. So are you talking about the both of them together, or are you talking about just the capacity budget?
No, the capacity budget is, roughly half.
Yeah. So were you talking about both of them together in the GMAC, or are you talking about just the capacity budget in the GMAC that you have problem with?
I'm really have problems with, my problem is the total level of spending.
So the billion,
So, yeah, it's the
billion a
billion.
year. So
Yeah,
a billion a
that's
year is only if we combine them. If you
Right,
do,
correct.
yeah.
All right. So with that understanding and the potential, to, find, savings elsewhere, let's keep going.
All right, and we'll definitely bring this back.
Yeah.
Once we get into the step 2. And Mr. Greenberg, I believe you're done with item 1.3.
I am, that's right.
Okay, so now I'm going to take you through some of the inputs to the capacity budget. The first one is the capacity check element of the forecast. And the second one will be the technology adoption curves and usage patterns. So as part of their forecasting process, Public Service evaluated 6 factors impacting load. Capacity checks, which are customer requests to serve new loads over 500 kilowatts, as well as separate growth in EVs, BE, residential, commercial industrial, and behind-the-meter solar. To convey the impact on the system, Public Service developed overall and planning division level graphics of non-coincident peak load associated with these factors. These graphics indicated thousands of megawatts of new loads joining the system, albeit in a non-coincident manner. The company claims that the 2026 to 2028 capacity expansion investment proposed through its DSP filing is required based on its capacity check forecast alone and not on the remaining growth elements. However, at hearing, Public Service admitted it did not conduct a separate evaluation of capacity investments needed based on capacity checks alone. However, Public Service claims there is no overlap between capacity checks and or amongst the other growth elements incorporated in the company's forecast, including residential, commercial, EV, and BE. Parties did not materially challenge the capacity check process or the RESI or C&I growth elements. Advisors note that we raised some underlying facets of growth in technology adoption curve and usage patterns in the next decision point. But I'd like to prompt you now to see if you have any perspective on capacity checks alone or can offer a recommendation.
I think you're muted, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Gilman, do you have comments, or would you like a recommendation?
No, I think a recommendation is fine.
Mr. Mendelson?
All right. So what advisors recommend is for the company to require specific improvements, to provide specific improvements in forecasting for the next DSP. Most importantly, Public Service should run load SEER with only capacity checks in its forecast to prove out the impact of those alone. It may be necessary for Public Service to own and operate an additional version of load SEER in order to facilitate this and other alternatives analyses.
Commissioner Gilman?
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. I don't know, perhaps we're a little more vague than that. I don't know if a separate license of load SEER is the exact right remedy. in part because the company had no idea if that would give them the capabilities that we desire. I mean, clearly there was a pretty major problem here in the analysis and adjudication, in that literally no one could run any scenario analysis on different forecasts, and their forecasts were significantly challenged in a number of areas. And so perhaps it's a separate license of load seer. I think, like, more generally, what we need is an ability for the commission and parties in the next DSP to be able to run scenario analysis that looks at capacity checks alone, variations in forecast and load shape. The opaqueness with which this was done really left massive holes in the evidentiary record in terms of understanding what's actually driving a lot of the costs and load impacts. So I don't know. I would have like slightly more vague language for you, Mr. Mendelson, because I don't know what the exact right remedy is, in part because it didn't seem like the company really understood what could get us there.
Right, understood. And my suggestion was, with the additional version of load share, that was in the realm of possibilities, possible
Yeah.
options the company could take.
Something that really, I think the actual goal is allow for scenario analysis and testing of different forecasts and just different portions of the forecast by, parties in the commission in the next proceeding, because this didn't work. It left far too many questions unanswered with the way really none of their assumptions could be tested or vetted after the fact.
Commissioner Plant?
Yeah, Mr. Mendelson, I don't know if this is exactly the right place for me to ask you about. One of the proposals that I recall reading about was that the top 20 hours would be used as an assessment in terms of evaluating, how that those capacity checks are impacting peak. And so looking at the number of the top 20 hours that are in excess of 75% or whatever the number is going to be. And my recollection is that having that kind of information would assist with evaluating NWA design. If you were able to identify, when the constraints were happening, and the extent to which the constraints were happening, that would assist in identifying NWA projects. And I don't know if that would sort of fall within this component.
Not precisely, and we will get to NWAs in step 3, but we can definitely put this item aside and make sure it's brought up for a broader vote.
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with your recommendation. I just wanted to bring up that component that I recall being proposed. It seemed like the way that we do these capacity checks might feed into NWAs, which we can talk about later, if we do it in the right way.
Okay. I'm actually it's escaping me on the 20-hour concept a bit, so I probably need to go back and check on that, but I could bring it back if that would work for you.
I'm good with your recommendation, to subject to the one open question. Does that give you what you need, Mr. Mendelson?
It does.
Can I add something? Sorry. I think one of the things that was pretty difficult also to understand on this record, first of all, in terms of capacity checks, to my understanding, like, these are just applications basically that the company has received, no like actual commitment from the customer aside from an application. And so, one thing I don't think we really understand that we weren't really able to get was to what extent, what percent of these are generally successful and actually result in the load hitting the system. And there was a very murky interaction with other assumptions around BE, the extent to which some of these have BE. It sounded like some of it was backed out, some of it was much less than clear. So I think perhaps just for the decision, like, improved transparency around how all of that works would be very helpful. I think we're probably left with a few more questions than answers in this specific area, and not entirely clear that we're not kind of over counting or double counting any specific components. So I think just additional transparency in the next DSP would be very helpful.
Understood.
I agree with that. Commissioner Plant?
I agree as well.
Okay, so the next item is related to the technology adoption and usage patterns. In the JTS proceeding, Public Service projected technology adoption of roughly 500,000 EVs and residential hot water heat pumps by 2030. In this proceeding, they suggest the numbers are consistent, but didn't support specific technology adoption projections. The JTS ruling required Public Service to assume mid-level EV adoption curve and update it as more information is available, and modified BE adoption to account for current delays and maintain last year of funding as currently approved. The JTS ruling also modified usage patterns for heat pump water heaters and EV managed charging participation rates. Relatedly, Public Service presented a limited analysis based on its AMI data, based on 114 customers, generally referred to as the electric PREM data. It used this analysis to support household usage patterns after HP retrofits were made. The company calculates that most fall within having a peak winter load ranging from 11 kilowatts to 19 kilowatts. The company claims it does not have a sufficiently large data set available through the 2023-2024 heating season to perform a thorough and statistically valid analysis of this type, which would require substantial personnel time. The company notes that each successive heating season that passes with additional heat pumps and AMI meters installed give it a larger data set to potentially evaluate questions of this nature. UCA argues that this DSP lacks coordination with other company plans. UCA notes that the company projects the system will be winter peaking in 2032 in the DSP and later, and less certain in the JTS, and that the figures indicate sometime before 2040. UCA also suggests the distribution investment required under the MEP, the Mountain Energy Project, should be reported here in this DSP. According to UCA, Public Services approach creates a myopic separation between distribution needs identified in the gas planning context and distribution needs identified here in this DSP. AEU suggests Public Services calculation of ASHP homes via the electric PREM data was invalid because it assessed the peak load of each home regardless of coincidence. Using the same data set, AEU determined the average coincident whole home meter does not exceed 7 kilowatts. Instead, the company's methodology for assessing the heat pump impacts was to add 7.15 kilowatts of assumed incremental heating loads to each individual site on top of the other house loads like lighting, water heating, appliance, and plug loads. Advisors note that the commission required the company to assume 10 kilowatts peak household loads for home retrofits with heat pumps as part of the JTS. CEO noted the company is well behind in BE implementation, especially hot water heat pumps. As of the first quarter 2025, Public Service had distributed a total of 35 rebates related to heat pump water heaters, compared to 45,000 projected for the year, and 154 air source heat pumps related to 27,000 projected for the year. WRA argues that the company's load seer forecasting tool inappropriately generalizes transportation electrification load shapes and adoption curves. It contends the company's model fails to differentiate between BEVs and PHEVs, even though the two have significantly different ranges and charging load shapes, and suggests the commission should require that in the next DSP, the company differentiate between those two types of vehicles in its modeling assumptions and use load shapes that accurately reflect the charging characteristics of each vehicle type. Further, WRA argues the company's model splits the difference between level 2 and DCFC charging, assuming that all public charging is about 45.5 kilowatts and spread uniformly across the service territory. Instead, the commission should require Public Service to model level 2 and DCFC charging separately weighted by capacity levels of each charging technology. They also suggest the company has made faulty assumptions regarding where public charging will be located along the distribution system, and it should use appropriate geospatial targeting to model feeder and substation specific EV public charging levels in conjunction with predictive modeling tools for an alternative forecasting view. They finally suggest the company's load forecasting should use updated electrification technology load profiles informed by AMI data and program experience, and consider the impact of non-pipeline alternatives approved in the company's gas planning, as well as other cross-proceeding planning as appropriate. Regarding the NPA evaluation, WRA suggests the company's cost-effectiveness evaluation should exclude electric system costs, since SB 24218 requires qualifying retail utilities here to upgrade the state's electrical distribution systems as needed and in time to affordably and reliably support the achievement of the state's beneficial electrification decarbonization goals. So I'll pause here for your reaction and provide a recommendation of a range of inputs that came out of the JTS and additional items that we recommend here.
I mean, it would seem to me we should just do what we decided in the JTS. But go ahead, Mr. Mendelson.
Yeah, well, and most of those are covered to differentiate between the BEV and PHEV vehicle platforms. To start with EVs already on the system, assume a managed charging of 50% for BEVs and 90% for PHEVs by the end of the decade. This perhaps is new, is to evaluate public level 2, private level 2, and DCFC charging patterns uniquely as proposed by WRA, and apply specific patterns if appropriate. Refine public charging peak load and geospatial assumptions based on actual installation trends, AMI usage data, and other relevant inputs. Reset BE adoption trends based on actuals through Q3 2025 or later to the extent available. And to set households with ASHP peak use at 10 kilowatts as determined and appropriate in JTS. For the next DSP, produce thorough evaluation of usage patterns for new and retrofit homes using AMI data for a significant percentage of public service customers, although that significant percentage could be challenging to define. If the company does not have the personnel to evaluate the AMI data as they suggested, it should hire an outside consultant to conduct the AMI evaluation and make that consultant available for cross-examination in the next DSP, cross-checked with rebate data. Also, to replace the previously used hot water heat pump load profile with an appropriate average across the statistically valid AMI data evaluation. So those are the recommendations of advisors.
Commissioner Gilman?
Thanks, Mr. Mendelson. Yeah, I agree with your recommendation, but also point out those are the determinations we made in the JTS not too long ago. I don't think we're expecting the next DSP. I mean, we'll be up for debate, but probably for a couple more years. So there may well be other proceedings that happen in the interim. I mean, obviously, we're going to have the CHP, BE proceeding, the TEP proceeding, and several other potential venues where some of these different end use and load profiles could become more clear or be investigated more thoroughly. So I don't think the JTS determinations, while I think an appropriate starting point to express our current understanding of criticisms and fairly obvious modifications that should be made to the company's forecasting here, I don't think they're the be-all and end-all of what might transpire over the next couple of years that could or should be included. And so I would prefer in our decision to leave it slightly more open, that I think that is the starting point. That's what has already been directed, but this is certainly an area that's progressing pretty quickly. And so to the extent there are different things that happen, or the commission comes to different determinations in the interim, those two likely should be considered and could be ordered in those individual proceedings. So I would just point that out. And I think just kind of in the general sense, and kind of just alarmed by the quantity and validity of the criticisms of this forecasting. You know, taken in total, I don't think this represents a really great vision of the grid of the future or of deployment of beneficial electrification in terms of the commission's expectations for really the company's focus on minimizing capacity investments and really intelligently deploying the ability to minimize the capacity impact of these technologies. So just to kind of get out there, it's similar to, I think, some of our criticisms in the JTS, and just kind of dismayed at the elementary level of some of these forecasting assumptions, which does not instill a ton of confidence. But also in agreement with your AMI notes, really the company has got to make a considerable effort to use AMI data. The AMI was already purchased by the customers and paid for in part due to the ability to get far more intelligence on the system to right size future investments, to be able to understand load profiles and properly forecast into the future. And it's absolutely the responsibility of the company to ensure that we are tracking and using and analyzing that information to the greatest extent possible, especially on these newer load types, to ensure that we're right-sizing future investment and targeting this money as strategically as possible. You know, and I think given some of really the pretty valid criticisms of how they've done the existing evaluation of those 114 customer premises, I think we need to focus also on ensuring that the raw data, anonymized, can be made available to parties and the commission itself, not seeing a reason to have a lot of confidence that we'll get an unbiased analysis of what that looks like. And so while I think it is fine for them to do their own analysis, I don't have enough confidence with how that's been done here, that would be it. And I think really that anonymized raw data should be available so that parties and the commission can evaluate it as well.
Commissioner Plant.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Gilman's comments, and I was going to say something similar. I think this kind of goes to what I was saying at the beginning, how it would be great for each of the proceedings to feed the modeling into the next proceeding. And that's kind of, I wonder if what we should do is identify each of these different components of what we're looking for inputs, and then just make that a part of the determination that would happen in the TEP, the BE, CHP, DSP, and blah, 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 you know, the alphabet soup of proceedings, and then, you know, make sure that becomes a designated outcome of that proceeding so that we can feed it into the next DSP and we'd have the most recent data.
Well, I agree with both of you, and just share your frustration that and what I said in my opening comments, the promise of these technologies is to be able to flexibly and dynamically integrate demand and supply. Instead, what we see is these technologies assume to worsen peak demand during you know, the most critical coincident hours of highest loss of load probability. So I thought you said it well, Commissioner Gilman, and I share your concerns, and it's why I'm struggling to approve this budget. Does that give you what you need, Mr. Mendelson?
It does. If there's anything left, I'll might have to come back. But so the next couple of items are related to the budget, with asset health and reliability up first. So, Chair Blank, we might run into your concerns raised earlier, but just to present what is on the record now, and we don't have to take. We could always revisit through the step 2 process. Public Service projects spending for categories of AHR, asset health and reliability, which includes discrete investments in line and substations, cable replacements, failure reserves, line renewal, pole replacement, routines, targeted undergrounding, and emergent asset health following storm-related damage. Overall, the company spending in this category, asset health and reliability, is proposed to increase from $224 million in 2024 to $364 million in 2028. The largest increases seen in pole replacements, failure reserves, and line asset renewal. I note that there are 3 categories, including undergrounding, targeted undergrounding, which is an asset health and reliability subcategory here, but then also new business and mandates. Depending on the party, these are discussed together or distinctly. So we'll be revisiting undergrounding in the next decision point as well. UCA proposes a 14.7 reduction in AHR due to claims of redundant spending or lacking a cost-benefit analysis or performance-based justification. Specifically, UCA suggests a 25% reduction in transformer reserves, as the budget is not sized in proportion to system-wide risks and instead reflects a generalized contingency category. UCA also notes transformer failures do not always lead to customer outages due to redundancy. A 20% reduction in pole replacements. UCA argues the company is installing stronger poles than it had previously, which will reduce the need for replacements. UCA complains the company has also not demonstrated a clear link between its pole replacement program and measurable improvements in reliability metrics. It suggests its concern with redundant spending across overlapping programs. A 20% reduction in routines, for which UCA suggests there is risk of redundant capital spending across other budget categories. A 25% reduction in emergent asset health. The company defines this subcategory as larger unplanned projects, typically over 300,000, that address asset failures or service restoration needs. UCA argues Public Service has not provided data on how frequently such a large emergent projects arise, nor offered examples where such projects led to measurable improvements in reliability or resiliency metrics. And finally, the UCA suggests a 50% reduction in targeted undergrounding, as there may be substantial overlap with the Wildfire Mitigation Plan, or WMP. UCA suggests there is a lack of coordination between the incident case and the MEP, which I raised earlier. They also recommend the company create and provide an initial comprehensive study and report regarding its undergrounding plan in this proceeding, as well as the WMP, which should include a total amount of miles to underground each year of the plan's implementation, cost-benefit analysis of the selected undergrounding infrastructures, identification and mapping of the selected undergrounding infrastructure, programmatic schedule for undergrounding activities by year, amount of poles substituted by undergrounding, and total amounts of yearly estimated capital expenditures on undergrounding for both plans. CEO groups target undergrounding with other undergrounding activities, just the following 4 guardrails, including those relevant to overall reliability, which will be raised elsewhere in this deliberation. 1, Public Service should adopt a rubric when an underground activity affordably and strategically benefits or advances the targets, stands, plans, regulations, and state energy policy goals, as referenced in the statute. That the company's next DSP include a comparison of how the underground distribution activities perform compared to overhead distribution activities, and that the comparison included a quantitative analysis of the increased reliability and resilience provided by the underground equipment. That the company provided its next DSP a range of metrics for poor performing feeders, substation transformers, and substations, as identified in the QSP, and that the company identify proposed distribution activities that are projected to improve reliability issues of poor performing assets. Staff also raises concern regarding targeted undergrounding and the company's proposed full discretion over the lines to underground, and recommends that the company provide detailed cost-benefit analysis of undergrounding for specific regions where such undergrounding yields greater benefits relative to costs. Now, the company rebuts that Budget reductions UCA recommends are arbitrary and not supported by any particular set of criteria or objective standard. Regarding failure reserves, the company argues maintaining a sufficient supply of mobile substation equipment allows the company to restore service in the time it takes to deploy, connect, test, energize the mobile unit, typically about 24 to 72 hours due to weather or topology of the region. And the permanent repairs or replacements of substation transformers often takes weeks to months to complete, and procurement lead times for substation transformers have significantly increased to as high as 4 years recently, making a reserve supply critical to the company's system resiliency. With respect to UCA's claim of lack of integration with the MEP, the company responds that the modeling and development of the capacity projects in this DSP were completed prior to the completion of the electric infrastructure study that was conducted as part of the MEP. Further, that a transformer can fail without resulting in customer outage does not mean, as UCA recommendations suggest, that the transformers that fail without causing outages were unnecessary. Rather, it demonstrates the benefits of redundant system design. With respect to pole replacement, Public Service notes that in 2014, it moved from the NESC Grade C to Grade B standard for all new and rebuilt distribution poles, and as incorporated in Colorado law, and that represents a 50% stronger pole. However, contrary to UCA's suggestion, if poles are allowed to remain without inspection until they fail, there is a risk of bystander or worker injury due to a pole collapse or live wire scenario, as well as risk of property damages to homes and or other structures. Further, system level metrics such as SAIDI and SAFE cannot fully capture the improvements pole replacements bring to the system because outages resulting from events outside the company's control, like storms or a car crashing into a pole, are intentionally excluded from those metrics. And two, those metrics do not provide a way to quantify the value of replacing a pole before it fails, nor can they quantify the safety aspect of this program for company linemen and the public. The decision to move to Class B poles was made a decade ago. It will be inappropriate now to impose a requirement to complete a cost-benefit analysis of a program that has already been implemented for such a long period of time. Regarding concerns of overlap, Public Service says the pole replacement program budget is for those poles identified through the cyclical assessment process, which is monitored and tracked, making it unlikely that a pole marked for replacement under this program will be allocated to another budget category. Regarding the benefit of the pole replacement, Public Service admits it's possible poles will last longer, fewer poles will need to be replaced in the future, but the pole replacement program only inspects poles that are 10 years old or older. Similarly, with routines, while they enable lower budgets, at some point in the future, they cannot be counted on to reduce near-term budgets as proposed by UCA. With respect to target undergrounding, Public Service argues that while the term target undergrounding is similar to that used in the wildfire proceeding, they are two distinct initiatives designed to accomplish unique goals. For WMP undergrounding, the company will select Tier 2 and Tier 3 distribution systems to underground with the aim of reducing the risk of ignition. For the AHR targeted undergrounding here, the company will select overhead lines based on a history of frequent weather-related outages. Public Service also notes that the program is new and the company is prioritizing taking a deliberate approach to developing all aspects of the program, including identifying the lines most in need and developing an effective communication plan to increase the likelihood of property owner buy-in before substantial investments are made. The company argues there is no risk that it will spend the duplicative construction resources undergrounding the same line under both of the targeted undergrounding programs, as it coordinates its planning and will not select the same lines for undergrounding in two different programs. So the decision point before you is, does the commission approve the asset health and reliability spending levels? And we could take this perhaps without the targeted undergrounding and with the targeted undergrounding separately.
Well, I mean, I struggle with the overall levels of spending, and on this record, I don't know how to reduce it. Um, um, so that's why I'm proposing to sort of cap what goes into the GMAC, set some priorities, and let the company manage it. But maybe I'll go to you first, Commissioner Plan. Are you okay with this budget, but want to see all of it outside the GMAC?
Well, I mean, I think there's, you know, I would be comfortable with a couple of different ways of going about it and just see what you guys, and there may be that we can't do one or the other. I don't know. But I mean, I think that I would be comfortable keeping capacity in the GMAC and then just moving the asset health and reliability stuff out and have it be collected through the standard rate making process. And that would, you know, basically they'd have to justify the expense when they come to the rate case. You know, the other thing that I
Can I make a prediction that everything's going to be capacity expansion within 3 years, and
yeah,
asset
right,
health and
yeah,
reliability
yeah.
will zero in 3 years?
I don't think that's out of the question. And then
Sorry, keep going.
the other thing that we could do is say, you know, you can get a portion of the recovery, you know, now, and then, you know, once you demonstrate, you know, this, and this, then, you know, additional percentages would be able to be collected. And I like that performance based sort of approach. I just don't know, you know, to your point, Mr. Chairman, that the record supports doing that now, or if that's really something that gets pushed off to the next DSP and becomes a component of the next DSP. I mean, I don't want to disincentivize, you know, making the necessary improvements, but I also don't want to assume that everything that they're spending money on is, you know, an essential upfront. I mean, that, you know, I think CEO really, you know, when they highlighted, you know, some of the things around the undergrounding, I mean, they're talking about, you know, community required undergrounding. Well, you know, I mean,
Yeah, right.
that might improve reliability and resilience, but that's not why you're doing it. You're doing it because you're getting told you need to do it by the community. I mean, so you know, I feel like they just kind of thrown everything into this bucket, and I'm not convinced that it all needs to be there. So I would be comfortable with either putting it off to the right case or having some sort of a performance trigger, but I don't know that we're ready for that.
I don't know on this record. Commissioner Goman, anywhere you'd like to go?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess there's two questions, is like the DSP budget and then GMAC, you know, what goes into GMAC. You know, one of the things that's really difficult, not just here, but in capacity expansion as well, is really not only does it sound like the company is expecting to do more projects, but largely through imposition of tariffs and other economic challenges, the cost of everything they're expecting to do is more than it was before. You know, at least that's what I got from the company in the hearing. You know, I was asking, are you really anticipating replacing a multiple of the poles you've replaced in prior years? And part of the answer was no, but the cost of these things has gone up pretty dramatically. And so that is really kind of stressing this as well. Like, not just do we have potentially some load growth on the system. I think some of that was also quite confusing. The company pointed to prior years growth, but we don't have any actual metrics that show that. But you know, we're looking at expanding the capacity of the system, improving the reliability of the system at a time with really dramatically increasing prices for everything they're buying and everything they're doing. And that is really compounding our problems here with affordability. So just to point out, like, it's not, and it was very difficult to tell, I will say, on this record. It wasn't until, you know, I was really questioning the company in the hearing that I better understood it's not necessarily all more, although a lot of it is more. of the things, it's also that each of the things has gotten pretty dramatically more expensive. And that is really a difficult situation for affordability, for us, for the company, moving forward. So just to point that out, because I know that came up like specifically with pole replacements, but it's not just pole replacements, right? It's wires and transformers and everything made of aluminum and steel. And it's really going to be very difficult for consumers to absorb these increased costs of goods, which is just an unfortunate reality of what we're dealing with. But back to the question at hand.
Oh, one point on
yeah.
that, which is this was filed in 2024. So these budgets, we need to be careful that the actual costs could be significantly higher if we don't cap it or manage it somehow. So I think there's risk in that, but keep going. I'm more
Right.
interested in your second half, although I agree
No,
with
I mean,
everything
you make a
just
good
said.
point. Like, assuming the tariff situation has actually gotten worse, not better, than when this was filed, the actual cost of doing the projects they assumed at the onset could be worse if we sampled it at this point in time, which is not great news for affordability in any way, shape, or form. Part of what was really troubling with regard to the asset health and reliability, the company was really totally unwilling to offer any measurable expected improvement in reliability, which was really a core feature of the GMAC expectation to improve reliability. I certainly was given no assurance or information that the company even expected in any way that could be measured company reliability to improve, which is a real challenge. And they were also not really even able to respond if they had addressed the 15 worst performing feeders, which were highlighted in the staff report. So it was really difficult to tell on this record the extent to which these improvements targeted at asset health and reliability were strategic or were aimed at being the most affordable for consumers. And so to me, we've been seeing reliability declining, as was highlighted by the staff report. So clearly we have an issue here. Clearly there are improvements needed. If those are all necessarily capital improvements, I can't say. But clearly there is a need here, like in the DSP sense. With regard to the GMAC, I don't think the company has really met their burden to show that the asset health and reliability investments specifically meet their strategic and affordable criteria, because they were simply like unable to provide any analysis or help to us to understand what the strategy is here, how they've targeted the worst performing parts of the system, if they have at all, and we're unwilling to offer any sort of ability or willingness to track or commit to improved reliability as a result of this investment. So I don't see the strategy there. I think we could potentially get there in future DSPs if we have metrics and if we have ways to track this in the future, but this record doesn't support it in this instance.
So let's just see if we can address step 2 maybe now in significant part. So it sounds like both of you would include the new capacity in the GMAC, and there may be other items beyond new capacity, but you would take out from GMAC cost recovery, asset health and reliability, and maybe you'd agree to cap the GMAC based on the budgets we have in front of us. Is that sort of a fair characterization of where you're coming from, sort of a GMAC in terms of gross capital investment, maybe in the, well, we'll see, but would you characterize what I just say any differently, or am I restating your positions properly, Commissioner Gilman?
Whoever you want first. I think broadly, yes. I think with regard to the capacity expansion, being that this is really the first implementation of the GMAC, we've been given generally a kind of impossible task here to proactively understand if something strategically and affordably does something. It hasn't done the thing yet.
On a incomplete and problematic record.
So, given the current state of the system and the need for more capacity as evidenced in several areas, it seems reasonable that the capacity expansion investments would help to achieve state policy goals. It's murkier if they do it strategically and affordably.
If you put aside all the problems with the load shape in the forecast.
Yeah, I mean, but then the company's argument later in the proceeding, which was somewhat confusing, was that absent any load shape issues, even if you have no BE, they need all of this investment anyway, just due to the capacity checks. It was pretty confusing testimony, honestly, but so there is that to consider. The way I get somewhat comfortable with the capacity expansion in the GMAC is that this is really the testing ground for the GMAC, and the company will have to be improving energization timelines, improving interconnection timelines. That doesn't mean keeping them the same, by the way. Improving means improving, like making them better. In order for us in the next DSP to even consider that the capacity expansion investments could do so. I think what I would characterize this as the benefit of the doubt this time. That's not something I'm really happy doing, but I don't think we've been
Haven't you been doing this for 6 years?
I know. I don't think we've been left a ton of choice there. The asset health and reliability, I just can't get there. I mean, there's no strategy even articulated. And so I would say either of those categories could go the other way in another adjudication, depending what is really proven out in this first go at it. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot. The caveat I would give with regard to the capacity expansion is a pretty significant laundry list of things that have to be improved for next time, and really missed opportunities that lead me to question, probably for discussion next time, should some portion of the capacity expansion budget be excluded from GMAC because of all of the missed opportunities, right? I mean, we'll get into HCA mapping, we'll get into other pilots and other opportunities with terms that the company clearly had available to potentially decrease some of this stress on the system and did not avail themselves to, or make interconnection processes faster, or whatever it may be, and were actually expected to do and did not even do. So in some cases, we have some situation of not doing your homework, and then we're here. So anyway.
Well, now you're getting me intrigued. I like that concept, and I'll flip it around and offer the alternative, which is allowing a piece of asset health and reliability into the GMAC, maybe focused on, I forget what you said, the 15 worst outages identified by staff. So maybe there's a way to, bring down the capacity expansion, which I think this record totally supports because of all the problems we've discussed. And maybe there's a component of the asset health and reliability we could allow, maybe focused on, like I say, the absolute worst outages.
It was the 15 worst performing feeders identified in staff report. Part of the problem with that is parsing out what part of the budget that is. We just don't have that information, nor could the company even commit that those are in their plans. So
I know. I'm just looking for middle grounds. It's not 100% and 0%, and we're doing this on the fly in a complicated legal environment. But And I think that's all we can do now. But I do want to hear from you, Commissioner Plant. I think
Just to
we're
cap this off, I mean, I think there's important considerations to be made in the capacity expansion realm with regard to GMAC in terms of what weight is given to these forecasting issues, to really the company's failure to develop and use tools, not just that could be available, that were specifically required by rules and settlement to be made available and were not.
I would like to see consequences for that failure in terms of reduce, not just agreeing to 100% of whatever they get, whatever they request, given all that. So I'd like to see consequences in the capacity expansion.
So I think part of it may be a consideration in what part of the capacity expansion plans flow into GMAC due to really this compilation of errors, missed opportunities, or just plain like insubordination with what was supposed to be done. Because really those impact the strategy, right? Like we are getting to how strategically are you actually endeavoring on adding this new load? And I think like the combination of the forecasting issues and missed opportunities and missed commitments all point to really a lack of strategy to try to do this in the most optimized way. So that might be able to get us to some portion of the capacity expansion that is not in the GMAC type 1.
All right. I think we're honing in on a potential path forward on the GMAC. Commissioner Plant, wherever you'd like to go. And sorry, we got sidetracked.
No, it's fine. Yeah. So top line to your question, Mr. Chairman, I'm fine with putting the capacity budget in the GMAC. I don't know what an impact of a cap is, and I don't know, so I can't commit to a cap. I feel like we know in a part of our system we have a 5-alarm fire, and hopefully the thing that we're looking at to solve that problem is the thing that will solve that problem. Commissioner Gilman did a whole proceeding on on the problem. I mean, this is something that's been there for a while, and I feel like we absolutely need to address it, and we need to address it quickly and accelerate solving that problem. To the extent I'm also sort of intrigued with the idea, to the extent that you've got these, whether it's the 15 worst performing feeders or whatever the number is, that aren't included in that capacity. Said we don't know like exactly what's in and what's out. If that stuff is in the asset health and reliability, then maybe that becomes a part of that if it's addressing those specific issues, not if it's just a sort of a blanket, we're going to underground someplace. But yeah, that's where I'm at.
All right, I think we're getting there, Mr. Mendelson. I know this isn't linear down the decision matrix, but we're making progress on step 2.
And I'm just about to suggest that perhaps we just move to step 2, and you guys discuss and decide what should go in the GMAC, and we'll come back afterwards about how to treat investment that's not in the GMAC, whether you formally support that or stay silent on it and let the company decide as part of its historic course of business.
And is there more? So have we gotten, like, of the $1 billion a year, have we discussed maybe 900 million? I know there's some remaining non-capacity spending. Is that significant or? No, it's still 20%. It may be worth talking about that and then jump into the GMAC.
Alrighty.
I think it's 1.6 on your agenda, on your decision matrix.
Right. Okay. So, but we didn't actually respond to UCA's proposed reductions in spending. We don't have to, but at some point we will have to
I mean,
top line number.
I mean, I guess, I mean, I agree with UCA that the budgets are flawed, but I also agree with the company that the fixed percentage reductions feel arbitrary. So I think what we're considering doing is expressing concerns about the total budget and keeping it out of the GMAC. So that's where I heard our discussion go. And so we're not going to approve like fixed percentage reductions category by category. We're going to express a series of concerns with this, and we're going to decide to keep it out of the GMAC. So that's where I heard this going.
Okay, I just want to confirm that with the other commissioners that.
Oh yeah, Commissioner Gilman, is that consistent with your thinking?
Yeah, at this point, in this
Yeah,
rapid.
yeah. Given that it's all circular,
Me
Commissioner
as well.
Plant.
Already.
So why don't you do the non-capacity spending 1.6, and then we'll jump to step 2.
All right.
Ms. Dundas,
No, that's a reasonable path forward. I was just gonna say that most of the non-capacity like subcategories are covered in step 2 as well. If you want to just
okay,
maybe
then let's go to step 2.
we could also
Actually,
consider taking 5 minutes and let Ian.
Yeah,
read
yeah,
a little
let's,
bit.
I was gonna say that. Let's, yeah, Mr. Fetters, let's take a 10-minute break till 3:20 and come back at 3:20. So before we keep going, just want to see how long you guys want to go. Do you want to go all the way to 5? You want to cut it off at 4:30? Commissioner Goman, preferences?
I may have to go around 4:35. I'm trying to work on other options to pick up a child, but it's tough
Do you want to
scheduling.
just have a hard stop at 4:35?
Yeah, I mean, if y'all aren't feeling like we're getting through enough today, like I'm sensitive to that and can try to go on mobile. I just don't know if I'll be entirely present.
I don't want to try and do this on mobile. Let's keep doing it face to face. Commissioner Plant, do you have an end time, or is 4:35?
Yeah, that's all good.
All right. Mr. Fetters, are you leading us through step 2?
Think so. Good afternoon, commissioners. I'm Ian Fetters with y'all's advisory staff, here to talk about the Grid Modernization Adjustment Clause, or the GMAC. Though we have talked about quite a bit of it already today, I will begin by outlining some background on PSCo's proposal for the GMAC in this DSP. We'll then go through individual decision points on the GMAC, going from big picture to more specific on costs recovered through the GMAC, some writer decision points, and then, if we have time, performance-based framework. As contemplated by Senate Bill 24A-0218, PSCo is proposing a GMAC rider in this case, which it proposes to be effective January 1st, 2026. As of its rebuttal case, PSCo is recovering recovery of distribution costs through the GMAC in 2026, 27, and 28. As proposed by PSCo, the GMAC would include capital costs for several different categories of distribution activities, including a return component, calculated by applying the company's most recently approved weighted average cost of capital to the projected retail jurisdictional portion of the 13-month average of relevant net plant balance, as well as associated costs such as depreciation and income tax expense. For some categories, the GMAC as proposed would also include projected O&M costs. PSCo proposes 4 categories of costs, all of which I think we have touched on a little bit so far today. First, there are 2024 and 25 distribution activities, which are currently being recovered in the Transmission Cost Adjustment, or TCA, and more specifically, the distribution rate component of the TCA, which we'll be calling the TCAD, as prescribed by Senate Bill 24-218. The company is proposing these TCAD costs be rolled into the GMAC along with the true-ups associated with them. Second, there is equipment to advance distribution activities, or EADA, which is a specific subset contemplated for recovery under Senate Bill 24-218 that is also currently being recovered through the TCAD. Third, there are Type 1 distribution activities, the term used by the company for activities that strategically or benefit or advance state policy goals, such as greenhouse gas reductions, beneficial electrification, or increased reliability and resiliency, which the company proposes would be included in the GMAC in their entirety. Under the company's proposal, Type 1 distribution activities would include capacity, asset health and reliability, certain communication investments, undergrounding, EADA, IT and operational technology, along with incremental O&M costs associated with staffing needs and community outreach. Then there are Type 2 distribution activities, which references other distribution activities in the DSP which are not found to benefit or advance state policy goals, which would be subject to performance-based framework. Under the company's proposal, these would include additional system investments in the new business, mandates, and tools and communications investment categories, examples including extensions for new service that do not serve policy goals and street lighting investments. Company Witness Bouquet provides estimated revenue requirements, rates, and bill impacts for the GMAC. As proposed by the company, the all-in annual revenue requirement of the GMAC, including the roll-in of those components currently in the TCAD, would be $84 million in 2026, $187 million in 2027, and $291 million in 2028. In terms of bill impacts for a typical residential customer, bills would rise by 1.03% in 2026, 2.81% in 27, and 2.46% in 2028. Finally, as part of this introduction, I will also note that a GMAC stipulation was filed with the Commission on August 15th. In this stipulation, PSCO and several other parties agreed to support the GMAC without caps on concurrent recovery, as well as the proposed budgets for 26, 27, 28. However, I will note that this stipulation was between parties which largely did not oppose the GMAC in their answer testimonies, and the parties who opposed parts or all of the company's GMAC proposal, including staff, UC, and CEO, among others, did not sign on to the GMAC stipulation, and so the GMAC is still, for all intents and purposes, contested in this proceeding. So y'all expressed preliminary comments on the GMAC earlier, so if you have anything else to add at this time, you're welcome to. Otherwise, I can jump right into decision points.
Why don't you go into the decision points?
Sounds good. The first decision point is whether or not to establish a GMAC in this proceeding. UCA recommends that the Commission tie any GMAC to the rate case rather than the DSP. UCA asserts that the DSP should not be used as a rate-setting proceeding, that most DSPs across the country are informational, and that rate-making issues take focus away from the long-term planning aspects of the DSP. In rebuttal, PSCO describes UCA's GMAC recommendation as inconsistent with Senate Bill 24-218, which has language saying that qualifying retail utility shall recover distribution activities through a GMAC established as part of the first DSP application after the effective date of Senate Bill 24-218. PSCO argues that Senate Bill 24-218 made the DSP a rate-making proceeding by creating the GMAC and tying it to the DSP, and describes UCA's proposals preserving the status quo, while Senate Bill 24-218 created a proactive planning paradigm paired with concurrent recovery through the GMAC. So I can pause for discussion or have a recommendation.
I think this one's pretty easy. I think the statute requires the creation of a GMAC. If you have more to add, Mr. Fetters, go ahead.
Advisors agree with that interpretation of the statute.
Commissioner Gilman?
I agree.
Commissioner Plant?
I agree.
Sounds good. Next on the lineup is how to evaluate GMAC eligibility. As mentioned earlier, the company has split its ongoing distribution investments for which it is requesting recovery through the GMAC into two categories, Type 1 and Type 2. PSCO requests approval of this two-part GMAC structure as well as the corresponding budgets. PSCO argues that theirs is the only framework brought forward in this proceeding that aligns with statutory requirements and would thus further the objectives of Senate Bill 24-218. Staff proposes a cap on GMAC recovery at a $25 million annual revenue requirement level. Using a 10% estimate of the relationship between revenue requirement and capital expenditure, staff estimates this cap would support $250 million of capital investment. Under staff's argument, beyond the $25 million cap, spending would not affordably advance statutory goals. Staff expresses concern over the bill increases proposed in this case, which would be compounded by bill increases from the Clean Energy Plan, Wildfire Mitigation Plan, JTS, and other proceedings before the Commission in recent years. And although PSCO talks about mitigating bill impacts through sales growth, staff notes that, besides the inherent uncertainty of future sales growth, much of the forecasted growth would come from large customers who take service at the transmission level and would not help to mitigate bill impacts from distribution costs. Staff argues that the Commission has discretion in what's recovered in the GMAC. Staff highlights that Senate Bill 24-218 has the Commission find that costs affordably and strategically benefit or advance state goals, and that neither affordably nor strategically is defined within the statute, and so it is up to the Commission to make that determination. Staff additionally asserts that the determination of whether a proposed rate or rider is just and reasonable has to be viewed in the context of countervailing factors and conducted through a holistic consideration of balanced concerns. Staff also emphasizes that the revenue requirement cap would not be the equivalent of a budget cap or a disallowance, and any cost not recovered through the GMAC due to the cap could still be presented for review in a Phase 1 rate case. Finally, staff argues that the modeling approach used in this case makes it impossible for parties to analyze the impacts of removing specific budget line items, adjusting the company's assumptions, or creating an alternative portfolio, which staff says contradicts the company's argument that the GMAC should only be limited by adjusting the budget directly. As such, staff recommends that the commission focus on the bill impacts themselves rather than adjusting individual assumptions or investments. In rebuttal, PSCO described staff's proposed changes as extensive, unworkable, and contrary to Senate Bill 24-218. PSCO argues that staff's proposal is arbitrary and bears no relationship to the proposed distribution activities or budgets in this DSP. PSCO notes that Senate Bill 24-218 does not establish a cap for the GMAC, but did contain a cap for the TCAD as well as EADA investment, which PSCO argues demonstrates that the legislature would have created a cap if they intended one to be in place. PSCO argues that Senate Bill 24-218 is about proactive planning and concurrent recovery, and staff's proposal would disregard both of those elements by discouraging investment and also encouraging more rate cases. PSCO finally argues that affordability is not solely a factor of near-term rate impacts, but also has to be considered in light of inflationary pressures and economic development impacts. So based on this, as well as the opening conversation on the GMAC, advisors see three different paths to potentially go down here. Option A is to analyze the GMAC by individual DSP category as proposed by PSCO, to go through and analyze the GMAC category by category and determine if these categories belong in Type 1 with full GMAC recovery, Type 2 with recovery subject to performance-based framework, or not in the GMAC at all. Option B is to look at the GMAC at a total cap level and essentially leaving it at that for this DSP. Or option C is something of a hybrid, going through the Type 1, Type 2 evaluation of individual categories, and after doing so, considering a potential affordability cap. And I'll pause for y'all's discussion.
So let me see if I can make a suggestion based on our prior discussion, and then we'll toss it around and see if we can agree. And in the advisor decision matrix at the bottom of page 19. And I guess first for the 2026, for the 46.2 million for the prior one, I just leave it in the TCA and outside the GMAC as proposed by staff and UCA. And I think that'll get zeroed out in a coming rate case. So let's just put that aside for this discussion. For 2026, I would include the EADA, and I don't know what's in the Type 1 distribution activities, but I'd allow the Type 1 and the EADA and just cap the GMAC cost recovery at 30 million. And if you look at the budget, the total budget capacity for 2026 is 400 million. So you could assume that all that is capacity, but since this is what the company's proposing, I'd give them all the Type 1 for 2026. For 2027, the capacity budget's 478 million. I don't know exactly how to modify it down, but I wouldn't give them all that in the GMAC for all the modeling and other things you outlined, Commissioner Gilman. But for all the reasons you talked about, Commissioner Plant, and all the problems on the system, maybe we give them most of that. And then there's non-capacity spending in 2027 of 558, of which 342 is asset health and reliability, and most of the rest is 145 million new business. So maybe we just give them a small fraction of that. And it's really tough to know how to manage down these budgets. And for me, the total cap, I just wanted to mimic what was in the statute. So that's how I think about it. So it maybe is option C, looking at the capacity, giving them most of that, looking at the non-capacity and giving some of that, but not very much. So I'll throw that out just to start the discussion. And Commissioner Gilman, anywhere you'd like to go.
First of all, schedule update. I can go till 5.
All right.
Oh, this conversation. Sorry about that. Did you want to do the TCAD and EADA?
Yeah, all right. So I guess my preference would be to just keep the TCAD out of this. And just treat that as something separate, leave it where it is, or resolve it in the next rate case. So would you be okay with that? And I think that's what staff and UCA suggested.
I guess what do you see like specifically as the advantage of that? I mean, I understand like perhaps we'll get a rate case before long, so this may be not of huge consequence essentially if it's getting rolled in no matter what, but what do you see as the benefit of that rather than kind of grouping it with other more similar investments here?
Just I mean, I'm looking at that $290.7 million revenue requirement that supports $3 billion of capital investment. I just want to focus on the incremental stuff, but like you say, it's not a huge issue. So
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't see a huge consequence or advantage one way or the other to the extent we see a rate case rather soon. The TCAD flowing into rates will happen rather quickly. And so it's like not a major consequence here. I guess my like general preference would be to keep it with more similar costs and it's distribution related rather, they did a funny thing making this little carve out that goes in transmission in the TCA, even though it's a distribution cost, but I'd rather get it regrouped properly. But like I said, this is going to clear itself up pretty quick.
I don't care. I guess my biggest objection was it seemed silly to assume that this was going to persist for 3 years because I think there's going to be a rate case before the end of this year. So just looking at this thing, it bothered me to see 46.2 million showing up in 2028.
And
Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, but to the extent we see a rate case sooner,
it goes to zero.
Yeah. So I don't see it as a huge issue. I don't know what Commissioner Plan thinks.
Yeah, no, I had a similar question. It seems to me like what they did in the legislation was they said, you got to get started on this, so just throw it in the TCA for now until the commission creates the GMAC and then, put the stuff in the GMAC. And so I feel like it was kind of a thing that they gave to the company to be able to start collecting immediately, and they did it. And whether it's, being collected through that rider or a different rider for the customer, I don't think it makes a difference. And maybe it's easier in terms of sort of putting everything in together. But yeah, I don't know that there's a material difference there.
All right. I guess for purposes of this discussion, let's ignore that 46.2 million. That's my request. Mr. Fetters, did you have something to add?
The TCAD roll-in is a decision point I think 2 items down in the matrix, but I do agree that for all intents and purposes, it is mostly a matter of geography. And so for just discussing the overall GMAC impact and the cap and what have yous, ignoring it for the time being does make sense.
And Mr. Fetters, am I right that that'll get zero? I mean, I'm told the company's going to file a rate case, an electric rate case before the end of the year, and at that point, the TCAD will get zeroed out. Is that factually accurate?
I believe that's right. I will double check, but I believe they are proposing to roll it into base.
All right, so it's all right. All right, keep going, Commissioner Gilman.
Okay, and then your next was on where am I?
2026.
EADA, right? And so the EADA is this. What was your preference there, Chairman?
Just leave it in. It's small and it's part of the statutory preference to order new equipment. So I propose not to challenge that, but I don't feel strongly.
In essence, rejecting staff's proposal related to the
Yeah.
EAD. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, I agree.
Commissioner Plant?
Yep, I agree.
Okay, so just to be sure, that was that's the decision point right after the TCAD. So can we say that EADA will remain in the will go into the GMAC rather than remaining in the TCD where it is currently?
That's prior. I thought that was going forward. So
That
so
is
that's
going
like
forward.
that
I think
is
that
going
is
forward.
forward.
So it's not in the TCAD.
No, the EADA is currently in the TCAD, and they're proposing to roll it into the GMAC similarly to what they're proposing to do with the 2024 and 25 distribution activities. There is some new EADA being proposed essentially in the 26, 27, 28 years, which is why it increases from the current balance of, I think it's 5.4 million to closer to 6 million. And part of staff's recommendation is not allowing it to continue to accumulate, but rather capping it at the level that it's currently at in the TCAD.
I mean, I don't feel strongly. Do you have a preference, Commissioner Gilman?
No, I mean, I'm happy to allow Mr. Petters to provide a recommendation if he has one.
We might as well dispose of that since it's in front of us right now. Do you have a recommendation on that one, Mr. Fetters?
Our recommendation on that is to roll it into the GMAC to group like costs with like costs, essentially.
Okay, that's fine by me. Commissioner Gilman,
I agree.
Commissioner Plant.
I agree.
Okay.
All right. The type 1 distribute. Well, what would you like to do with 2026? I would allow them to put a GMAC of for that 24.8 million, cap it at that, and be done for 2026 and not allow the 8.7 million. But where would you like to go with that, Commissioner Gilman?
Mr. Fetters, do you have a recommendation with regard to that point?
I think that question sort of gets to the broader question of whether there should be a firm GMAC cap overall, or whether we are going to go through the category by category, figure out whether or not they're type 1 or type 2. So I think it is up to y'all where we want to go with this.
Yeah, if I could ask just a clarifying question. So when we were talking about the GMAC and what's type 1 and not type 1 earlier, we were talking about them in terms of, capacity and non-capacity. And here, these numbers that we see in this table, this is all of that stuff combined, right? But we don't have it broken out here by what component of that is capacity and what component of that is non-capacity. So it's kind of hard to say, you know, because those aren't the numbers that would represent what we were talking about earlier. I'm not sure what the numbers that would represent what we were talking about earlier would actually be.
I'm not sure if there is a breakout in this record of the GMAC revenue requirement by individual category beyond what is shown there. They show it as we've been looking at between the 2024 and 25 EADA type 1, type 2. And they show the overall capital budget by subcategory between asset health and reliability, capacity, new business, and so on.
Kind of
But
half, right? Could we like assume that it's somewhere around half?
generally speaking, the revenue requirement should line up proportionally with what it looks like in the capital budget. So in 2026, pull it up just to make sure I'm talking about the correct numbers. In 2026, the capacity budget proposed by the company is 413 million. The non-capacity is 524 million. So capacity would make up roughly 40% of the overall GMAC budget, and so capacity would make up roughly 40% of the total GMAC revenue requirement. But
Mr. Fires, do you know
yes, go
why
ahead.
the 2026 GMAC revenue requirement is inadequate to cover the 2026 capital budget?
The GMAC revenue requirement is calculated based on a 13-month average of plant. And so if the capacity budget is coming in the later part of the year, they would only be recovering a portion of that within the 2026 GMAC. If the capacity plant is in service in December, for instance, December 2026, they would only recover 1/13 of that value within the 2026 GMAC. So everything's somewhat operating on a lag because of that effect, which is why we see the larger capacity and asset health and reliability numbers in 2026 than the revenue requirement might suggest.
Since the company calculated the bill and rate impacts based on this GMAC proposal, is there any reason we can't just cap the GMAC for type 1 distribution activities at what they proposed? Ms. Dundas?
I just wanted to circle back to something Commissioner Plant said about type 1 and type 2 and just make clear that the company's not differentiating between type 1 and type 2 necessarily, capacity and non-capacity. We don't have to use their type 1, type 2 vernacular if you don't want to, but what they're using type 1 to refer to in shorthand is what they believe meets the standard in 7B2, which is that type of projected distribution activity that will affordably and strategically further a legislative priority. And then type 2 are those that they're basically conceding do not meet that and should automatically be reviewed under 7B3, which is may receive GMAC recovery if subject to the performance-based framework set out in statute. So that's part of the reason why the decision point that this conversation originally started with was whether we were going to go category by category based on how the company has set up the spending.
And can I just ask one further question? So when they show total GMAC related budgets, is that equivalent to type 1, or is there a separate distinction in the total GMAC related where some of that is type 1 and some of it is type 2?
Correct.
So there is type 2 spending in the total GMAC related thing.
So
In
if
the
you're looking
total
at the chart that's on page 3 of the matrix, that total GMAC line would be type 1 and type 2 EDA and T, or at least type 1 and type 2 GMAC related.
And do we have a breakdown? And the only breakdown we have in type 1 versus type 2 is in the revenue requirement. We don't have a budget breakdown.
I'm sure we could correlate the two, but I haven't seen like a chart that does that.
Okay.
I think
I'm
that's
with you.
right. And it would be tough to get it super precise because there are some categories that the company proposes be split between type 1 and type 2. For instance, tools and communications, where they basically say tools related to capacity or asset health and reliability would be type 1, other tools would be type 2. But we could get to sort of estimates based on what the company has presented.
And do we know if there's type 2 spending in capacity?
I believe the company is proposing the entirety of the capacity budget to be type 1,
Okay.
as well as asset health and reliability. New business is the biggest component that would be type 2.
Commissioner
So the-
Gilman? Well, sorry, go, Commissioner Plant.
So I was just going to clarify. So the bulk, because the asset health and reliability and the capacity are the bulk of the budget. I mean, there's the other things, but they're much smaller components. Those two things are definitely included as the company's type 1.
That's the company's position, is that
Right.
both should receive mandatory GMAC recovery because they meet it's their position that it meets the standard of 7V2.
And the total number that we're seeing here, once it gets broken out into what would the actual GMAC be on an annual basis in terms of recovery, revenue requirement, that's everything. That's type 2 and type 1.
If that's what you approve, that's
But
what.
the type 2 is a much smaller component of that. It's mostly the things that they've identified as type 1, which is capacity and asset health and reliability, or asset health and.
That's right. The on the matrix, it looks like it's on page 18, shows the breakdown of the revenue requirement between type 1 and type 2. It doesn't show the individual categories beyond that, but you can see, for instance, in 2026, type 1 makes up about $25 million of the revenue requirement, and type 2 would be about 8.7 million.
So just before we get too much further in this conversation, the public isn't looking at what we're looking at, and that's sort of why we've got the decision points related. So if we could refer to hearing exhibit so people know what we're talking about, or just go through the decision points, that'd be helpful.
Commissioner Gilman, what are you thinking?
Well, I mean, I'm a little lost, honestly, as to which decision point we're on. I think it makes sense to go through the different categories, like to Mr. Butter's first question, I think, to go through the individual categories to really assess GMAC recovery in this proceeding, if that's the question being currently posed. But if it's not, correct me and I'll answer the question.
I believe that
think
is the question being posed.
I mean, what I'll just throw out there is that, and we don't have these numbers because we don't have what the revenue requirement is with an alternative vision to what the company presented. But I would say if we put capacity in as a type 1 GMAC recovered line, and then the other non-capacity, put in the EADA, but the other non-capacity stuff would just go into the normal rate process. What I would expect is that the revenue requirement is going to end up somewhere around 45%. I mean, I know it's not exact because it depends on when they spend the money, but it's going to end up being a percentage of that's close to half-ish of what we have here in the revenue requirement. Is that right? We don't have those numbers, but if we were to go off of that, what we were discussing earlier, then that would be the result in the revenue requirement needed for the GMAC, correct?
It should be in that space.
All right with that. Would you accept using the capacity as a cap so they didn't just reclassify everything as capacity? So whatever the capacity budgets are now, it's all eligible for GMAC recovery, and it's based on this budget, and that's it.
Yeah, I think that we base it off of what they told us. Yeah. So.
And I guess one more question is, would you have a little bit of flexibility? So some of that money could be used to deal with the outages. And I think we'd maybe lower and we wouldn't even have to specify it maybe, but
Well,
I'd
then
like
I don't know
to.
about how your cap would apply, right? I mean, then they'd be making a
Yeah.
choice between capacity or, one of these other things. I mean, I think that that's fine, at least to me, if we said the capacity budget goes into the GMAC and gets full recovery, and anything that's in the asset health and reliability that's addressing these specific high problem feeders could also go into the GMAC. I'd, I'd be okay with that. But, I mean, the whole idea to me of the level two is that you have performance indicators and you are going to evaluate this on as you go forward. But what I think, we've decided we don't really have the record to set those performance indicators and how that's going to change their future recovery, and that maybe that would be a part of the next DSP. So that just leaves, regular recovery.
All right, so I think Commissioner Gilman, what do you think? I think I'm okay with Commissioner Plant's proposal with maybe a little wiggle room to deal with some outage issues. What do you think?
So Commissioner Plant's proposal is to base GMAC recovery on the capacity expansion expenditure expectations here broadly.
Yeah. And I'm
Um,
proposing to cap it at those levels that the company's proposing.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are some additional categories we'll probably want to go through, like capacity expansion and asset health and reliability are the two biggest, but it would probably make sense to have Mr. Fetters bring us through the other categories too, just for comprehensiveness. With regard to capacity expansion, kind of similar to what I had said prior, I think clearly there's a fairly direct tie to state policy objectives here in terms of beneficial electrification, emphasis on beneficial, should actually be sure we're strategically putting this to benefit the system, as well as just like honestly across the board economic development opportunities and new housing, etc. I think there's potentially an opportunity to look at limiting to less than 100% of what the company has requested based on the significant deficiencies that we've seen, not just in the forecasting methodology and really, what this comes down to is, has the company presented, especially for the capacity expansion budget, a strategic and affordable deployment of that money. I think there is serious question about the strategic nature of it, given all of our concerns around forecasting, especially around forecasting of beneficial electrification and load curves that are seriously in question here, in addition to just a decent list of missed opportunities in terms of deploying HDA mapping to help explore different opportunities, DERMS to explore different opportunities to really optimize system investment, in addition to honestly just misses in customer service and all of the ways that you can fail that are not kind of capital related. If the state policy objective here is to ensure that people can get kind of timely connected to the grid, those things matter. There are ways outside of just spending capital that can thwart the achievement of, especially the strategic achievement of state policy objectives. And I think those things matter. So I think there's a potential to go with less than 100%. Due to the real kind of lack of strategy involved with those misses with regard to the capacity expansion, if we're talking about capacity expansion first.
I totally support it, and I'm sure you can guess my next question, which is, do you have a suggested number for the haircut?
No, I think we discussed that next. I think we discussed that next week, and like we need to talk about the other points here too. But but I think, there's clearly a legislative intent that we achieve this purpose and do it strategically and affordably, and there's significant reason to doubt that's exactly what this plan is. Certainly, yeah, investing in the grid will make more capacity available and will help to make some of those things possible, but potentially not in the most strategic way if we have misses in all these other areas. And I think that's my hang up, is like we're kind of assuming this is only a spend capital problem, and it's not. There are other issues that have kind of thwarted success here and that like need to be acknowledged, as you pointed out, like looking at the real failures of deploying HCA and like embracing other opportunities to optimize costs across the system and deployment of these new loads. And that matters. That's not strategic, and that's not, I don't think, in line with the legislative intent. So I think we need to think through with advisors and council over the next week, like what would be an appropriate kind of derating of that, especially given this is not an incredibly detailed record on a lot of these capacity expansion expenses. But I think there is enough there with the number of concerns to at least consider that as an opportunity here. I guess what feels kind of fundamentally wrong is to see a lot of those failures and then it all gets GMAC recovery, assuming that just investing in the assets achieves the goals, which I think we know that that's not really how it works.
Commissioner, I mean, I totally agree with everything you said, and my only concern is the basis for the haircut. But Commissioner Plant, anywhere you'd like to go?
Yeah, so I mean, if I understand what you're saying, that the capacity constraints that we're trying to address with the capacity budget is not new load, not some sort of project. It's to address the current constraints that we have, but that they got to those constraints through some less than ideal practices. And so is that it? Because I'm kind of in my mind, I'm kind of thinking about this in terms of this is the problem right now, and we should address the problem right now as quickly as we can. And then we have, the issues for, future adoption of BEVs and things like that for future. But right now, I mean, I'm just kind of thinking these are the issues that we want to try and make sure we address as quickly as we can. Is it?
So I would say it a little different, then I'll turn it back to Mr. Fetters and Commissioner Gilman. But my understanding is that it's a complete muddle about how much of the constraints are based on assuming that a considerable portion of EV and beneficial electrification ends up on peak versus how much the existing system is constrained now. And we don't have any information on this record to separate those two issues out, other than the company's oral testimony that it says it's mostly not based on the forecast, it's based on the SCADA data, but it's really tough to separate out that muddle. So I don't know if you...
I don't know that they're different. I don't know that those two things are different. I think that it could be based on actual, and that actual may reflect the fact that we don't have a very good managed charging program.
But it's based on forecasted charging. The constraint, the model, I mean, there is some SCADA data, but the model is based on forecasted data and assumed load shapes, not actual. It's not based on... Say again?
I thought that was based on actual. I thought that's what we heard in the testimony, was that these numbers are not based on forecasts. They're based on, the actual constraints on the system.
Mr. Mendelson, Mr. Fetters, can you help us out here?
Yeah, I perhaps could straighten things up. So my understanding is that the company provided data indicating that there was constraints amongst, up over 20% of its feeders historically. But its load sear model, you're correct, Chair Blank, that its load sear model projecting forward constraint is based on a combination of the capacity checks that it's received from customers, as well as the its projections of BE and EV adoption and the loads that it's supplied to those. And I mentioned that in the preamble that I said that there was no. We asked them in the hearing if there was any analysis of only the capacity checks, because that was their the way that they phrased it, that the capacity check forecast, that the additional investment is needed based solely on capacity checks, but that they had no real analysis to support that claim, and that their model really mixed the capacity checks and those other forecasts in a combined effort.
So just so I'm clear, this capacity budget is based on the mix of, is based on load sear. And that's a mix of forecast and capacity checks. And we don't have any record to separate out really the two.
I believe that's correct. Yeah, that load sear is going forward based on capacity checks and the other growth elements, and we cannot separate those two based on this record.
Thank you for that clarification. So to get back to Commissioner Gilman's proposal, what you're proposing is we try and look at what we have on the record and figure out what that percentage is that would be attributable to some of those projections that are based on some data that we think is just poor performance.
Commissioner Gilman.
Yeah. Look, I think there's reason to acknowledge that there are significant parts of the system that are under stress currently, without forecast, without whatever, whether it's capacity checks or other growth in forecast. But it's entirely not clear on the record moving forward, even what portion of the capacity budgets are for dealing with that versus dealing with the forecasted stuff, and what portion of the forecasted stuff is really capacity check versus these other. I mean, we have, figure DCM D8 shows some mix, but it doesn't really support the idea that this is primarily capacity check. So it's quite confusing information. So I'm not at all discounting the fact that investments are needed right now in certain parts of the system. But I think there are significant shortcomings in this forecasting methodology that have been identified, in things the company could have and indeed was supposed to deploy already, which could have made certain aspects of this better, more efficient, quicker. And there could be an acknowledgement of that in terms of identifying that as not the most strategic way to plan the capacity of the system and in the percentage of expected capacity expansion spending that flows through the GMAC. I wouldn't, I think it's for us to consider over the next week. I wouldn't say it's an incredibly high percentage that I would disallow on that grounds. I think it's a minority of the spending, but I think there probably should be some acknowledgement of the real deficiencies here, both in terms of performance and planning.
And I'd just say for me, the biggest concern is they presented load shapes, which assume a bunch of EVs and BEs are charging on the coincident system peak or at the highest loss of load probability hour. And I don't know that that's going to be true. And I think there may be ways we can better manage that. And that muddling is really problematic when I struggle to approve this level of spending. because I can't tell what's based on existing constraints and what's based on this assumption, which I think is the wrong way to view these technologies. So that's the struggle I'm having.
So here's another. Tell me if this gets at gets at what we're trying to get at. So if we look at the capacity projects and we say, okay, everything that's 100 or over, yeah, we got to do that right now. And then we talked about using the sweep NRDC process of saying, any of these systems that are going to be at, this level within 3 years would now and that's, I'm assuming, based on projection, right? Projected
And load shape.
load shape, the speed of adoption in those various areas. So what if we were to set that threshold? It's not 75 to 100, but it's 85 to 100. And that way we kind of acknowledge the impact of the, non-managed EV charging on that peak. The impact of not, managing BE or other demand sides, but we just bump up that threshold so that the number of feeders that are impacted comes down.
I
don't know
guess my preference is to set the budget in this case, and not request more modeling and then set the budget in the future. I mean, I just have a lot of concern. I mean, that would be a whole other litigated case because honestly, I just lack confidence in the modeling that the company's given us. So I think we're stuck with this record. But I don't know, Commissioner Gutman, anything you want to add?
Yeah, I'm not sure there's enough here to come up with new thresholds in the deliberations. I think we don't have a lot of good options, in part because of some of the language and in part because of the records and the real deficiencies in information provided here. What I can see my way to is there's a number of subjective factors that all point in one direction, that this capacity expansion is not as strategic as one would hope. And so that's where I'm getting to. Perhaps the best treatment is to just do some discounting there to acknowledge that list of factors of why. I just don't have a clear vision on a different treatment. But I do think we all agree with a lot of those deficiencies, which is an important first step here.
I'd suggest, Mr. Fetters, just we use our remaining time to keep walking down the decision matrix and make sure we discuss them all. And then I think we're in pretty good shape to get this potentially resolved in our next deliberation. But I think but all three of us need time with advisors and counsel. Ms. Dundas, anything you want to add?
I just wanted to summarize where we're at, maybe before we move on. I'm hearing agreement from the commissioners that this category by category analysis is the correct approach, applying whether it strategically or affordably furthers a legislative priority. I'm hearing some interest in perhaps reviewing those proposed activities in two buckets, which is what relates to capacity, what doesn't relate to capacity. So perhaps that's something we could reorganize for next time. But keeping with the same categories as proposed by the company, just clearly delineating them. So I think perhaps we end there. You have your basic ideas of where you talked about each category going under the GMAC. Then the question is, do we spend the rest of the time talking about the rider design questions or put a pin in all of the GMAC discussion for this week and go to the settlements?
What is the design issues?
There's a couple, such as like carrying charges when annual reports would come in, things like that.
Maybe we work through those. Commissioner Gilman, do you have a preference? Commissioner Plant, just keep going with
That works.
GMAC or
Okay, so
Okay.
Mr. Fetters, I think that's like 2.15 through like 2.21 or so.
Yeah. Can y'all hear me? It's showing weird on my screen.
Yeah,
Okay.
we can hear you.
Excellent. The first of the writer design decision points, as Ms. Dundas said, is 2.15 on the list. It is the question of how the carrying charge should be applied to true up balances. As background, Senate Bill 24-218 says, qualifying distribution activity recovery is subject to a true-up with any positive or negative balance credited to customers or recovered by the qualifying retail utility in the subsequent year, and an appropriate financing cost applied to the positive or negative balances. PSCO proposes that the carrying charge be symmetric on under or over recovery at the company's most recently approved weighted average cost of capital, or WACC. In contrast, staff proposes an asymmetric carrying charge only to be applied on the over-recovered amounts at the company's most recently approved WACC. Staff says this approach would be consistent with the TCA true-up and gives the company an incentive to avoid over-recovery, noting that the company has control over the forecast that ultimately determine the projected GMAC. In rebuttal, the company asserts that staff's proposal is inconsistent with Senate Bill 24-218 and also argues that the forecast takes a great deal of time and effort and is based on many factors, some of which are outside the company's control. PSCO also outlines other incentives it has against over-recovery, including impacts on customer bills, financing needs, and additional regulatory risk, and notes that many other riders have symmetric carrying charges, including the WMP, RISA, and expired PSIA, among others. As an alternative recommendation in rebuttal, PSCO also proposes no carrying charge for either under or over recovered amounts in the GMAC for 2026 and 2027, calling this a middle ground approach. And I'll pause for discussion.
Why don't you, I'd welcome a recommendation if that's all right with you both. Yeah, if you can give us a recommendation.
Advisors recommend that the carrying charge be symmetrical, consistent with a plain text reading of Senate Bill 24-218. Specifically, advisors believe a WACC carrying charge would be more appropriate than PSCO's alternative of no carrying charge, with time value of money being an inherently important consideration for both ratepayers and the company.
Commissioner Gilman,
I agree.
Commissioner Plant?
I prefer the staff approach. But
No.
depends on, it's all up to you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I'll go with the staff approach. That's fine by me. Keep going, Commissioner Gilman. I don't know if you want to dissent or how much you care about this.
I dissent, but I doubt it will be a written dissent.
Sounds good.
Mr. Fetters,
Sure.
Commissioner Plant, if you want to just jump in before the recommendation, feel free.
Okay. Yeah.
Keep going, Mr. Fetters.
Thank you, commissioners. The next regulatory process question is when the annual report filing should occur and what should it entail? As background, Senate Bill 24-218 does require a qualifying retail utility to make an advice letter filing with commission annually, no later than November 1st, with an effective date of January 1st of the subsequent year. However, it does note it does not have specific guidance for the filing of an annual report or true-up information. Under PSCO's proposal, the annual report would be filed on April 1st. This filing would also include a calculation of the true-up for the previous year, which would then be included with the asymmetric carrying charge discussed previously in the November 1st advice letter filing. Staff instead proposes that the informational filing and annual report occur on June 1st, In addition to the annual reporting and true-up for the previous year, staff's proposed filing would also include a preliminary list of activities proposed for GMAC recovery the following year, based on reliability needs established in the April 1st QSP report. This would give staff and other stakeholders a chance to review the planned investments and discuss concerns prior to the November 1st AL filing in hopes of avoiding litigation at that filing. In rebuttal, PSCO opposes the June 1st preview filing concept, asserting that doing so would require duplicating DSP efforts within a given year and that needs could change substantively between June 1st and November 1st anyway, thus rendering the preview filing stale. PSCO also disagrees with the QSP being a direct input into the DSP. Nevertheless, PSCO does state that it would be amenable to creating an informal process to preview the November 1st filing with staff and other stakeholders, agreeing that avoiding litigation of the advice letter filing is a worthy goal. And I can pause for discussion or have a recommendation.
On this one, let me ask my colleagues what they think. To the extent we're trying to do some performance-based or link it to performance, maybe the June date may make sense. I don't know. Commissioner Gilman, you have a preference here?
Yeah, I mean, I see where staff is trying to go, and I really respect where they're trying to go. I mean, the the whole the whole kind of construct sets up a timeline that doesn't work very well to avoid litigation, quite honestly, especially with the sort of dollar amounts we're talking about. These things will be questioned and they will be controversial. So I think they have a really worthy goal. I kind of respect the company's position that they don't want to have to duplicate efforts. So I think we have to figure out what is the best that preview could look like, right? Without redoing things, without making things be more stale for the actual filing. I'm also curious how much things really change between June and November. But I don't know. I'm trying to find the right path here where just saying no, you see nothing until the November filing doesn't make a lot of sense to avoid. And I get that the company said, well, we'll try. We probably need more than that, more meat than that to make this work. And so I'm trying to figure out what's the middle or what is there here. I think it would be nice to set up different performance criteria, but I don't we have that here in large parts. That's more of a future consideration for how might this work in the future, which might be different than how it works right now with this first one. But I don't know. I'm really trying to figure out how we can put more structure to kind of the company's offer to informally share. It benefits everyone in this process, especially the company, to make sure that people understand and are more comfortable with the filing before everyone has very little time to react, given the construct here. So I don't know. That's what I'm kind of wrestling with. It's it being some hard and fast thing in June, I kind of buy that might not be doable, but how do we get somewhere in between where people are not surprised by what comes in November, which is just a recipe for delay in litigation, honestly.
Well, and also I'm interested in some form of informational filing, maybe around billing issues and customer service. Some of it may be in the QSP, some might not. But just really unhappy with the customer service and billing issues that staff raised that's on the record in this case. So wouldn't mind seeing some of that show up ahead of November 1st. Commissioner Plant?
Yeah, I'm sort of in a similar place. I mean, I do think that the November, everything dropping in November and then having to have everything resolved for, the GMAC change in January is a pretty tight time frame, particularly if all the parties are trying to evaluate everything, sort of live at the same time it gets dropped. But I don't know what the the right time frame is to give the company enough time and also to give the parties, as you said, a heads up on what's coming on November 1st. So I'm sort of in the same place. I like the idea of having that kind of structure, but I'm not sure what dates are the right dates.
So maybe it's like kind of a rejection of staff's, June 1st. It's kind of sad thing, but take public service up on their offer that there should be a process before for a preview of the information, at least with staff and UCA, potentially with or like at least with the state agencies, maybe CEO is involved in that. And perhaps them have a pretty abbreviated stakeholder process to figure out what that could look like. Like, how could that engagement? Because I think what's critical is, when do you get things and what do you get a preview of, right? And so there needs to be some agreement to that. And I think the company's offer is a little vague to assume it will be successful. So perhaps the state agencies and the company can come to some agreement about what could be received and on what timeline as a preview.
Mr. Mendelson, Mr. Fetters, do you think between now and next week you can, come up with some ideas to put some sensible structure on this? And maybe we can ask for me, I wouldn't mind maybe a supplemental or more expansive version of the QSP that addresses some of the staff billing and customer service issues that may be beyond the QSP. So would you think you could help us before the next deliberation?
Absolutely. Yeah. We'll put some options together and try to put some pros and cons around each of those.
Yeah, and I think it'll be advantageous to do it in the next deliberations as well, when we have a more holistic idea of where the GMAC is landing, to know what sort of information would need to be previewed, what categories, that sort of thing.
Yeah. Why don't you go to 2.17?
Sure. The next item is, where should the prudence review of GMAC recoverable distribution activities occur? In this proceeding, PSCO proposes that the true-up and annual report filing, be it on April 1st or June 1st, also serve as prudence review for distribution activities recoverable through the GMAC. Prudence review would ordinarily occur within a Phase 1 rate case, but PSCO proposes doing it within the true-up filing in order to simplify the transfer of costs into base rates, allow parties to concentrate on other issues, and facilitate greater alignment between PSCO and stakeholders on distribution investments via more timely prudence review. Staff and UCA instead argue that prudence review should occur when costs are rolled into base rates during a Phase 1 rate case. Staff argues for the benefits of making a holistic prudency determination with all distribution costs and other costs, and also notes that waiting till a rate case would be consistent with the approach in the TCA rider. UCA argues for prudence review in a base rate case as a larger part of its argument that the DSP should generally be focused more on planning than rate-making issues. In its rebuttal, PSCO argues that including the prudence review within a base rate filing would stifle the isolated review of GMAC costs, resulting in less focus and transparency on those costs. And I'll pause for discussion.
If you have a recommendation on this one, at least I'd welcome it, unless my colleagues veto it. I do not see veto signs, so go ahead and give your recommendation.
Advisors recommend that prudence review occur in a Phase 1 rate case. It allows reviewing of costs holistically, especially if substantial amounts of distribution spending remain in traditional rate case recovery.
Commissioner Gilman?
I agree.
Commissioner Plain?
I agree.
As do I.
Thank you, commissioners. Next up is the question of whether new projects can go through AL filings or only those projects established in this DSP. CEO argues that GMAC eligibility determination should only occur within litigated DSPs, and that any distribution activity not directly approved in this DSP should not be included in November advice letter filings. In rebuttal, PSCO emphasizes the need for adaptability and flexibility, noting that customer and grid needs are ever-changing and can be emergent. PSCO also emphasizes that the true-up provides a venue to review deviations from estimates.
As long as, well, why don't you give us a recommendation?
Advisors recommend rejecting CEO's proposal and allowing for new projects to be included in the advice letter filings. Advisors agree with the possibility of emergent needs in the distribution planning process.
As long as there's a cap on the GMAC, that works for me, Commissioner Gilman.
Mr. Fetters, just to kind of clarify on this would be a new activity type or a new project?
This would be new projects. Mr. Mendelson or Mr. Greenberg, if either of y'all have more insight, we had talked about this a little bit just to understand where the project list, where the outline of the individual projects sort of exists within the DSP filing, but this would be smaller scale, picturing capacity build outs in a different area or something like that. Mr. Mendelson, is that roughly?
Yes, that's
accurate?
right. That's right. It's in the grid needs assessment. There is a specific list. It is a bit confusing because these projects are over more than a single year. So it's not perfectly clear how that list of projects is referenced in the overall spending.
Yeah. That's kind of my difficulty. I don't feel like we have an exact understanding of exactly what projects are going to be executed. But rather the broad categories by year, right?
Right, and like a project may have a small budget up front, and then there's clearly 1 year where they're spending most of the investment, and perhaps it spills into a third year or something. But it's just how they would count that as far as when they're giving us the budgets. Was the budget if a project started in a certain year, would the entire budget be associated with that year?
Okay. Yeah, I was just trying to kind of understand this decision point in terms of, are we talking about a distribution activity area or like a specific project? I certainly wouldn't anticipate new distribution activity areas cropping up after approval of a plan, especially given the comprehensiveness with which the company has gone about their proposal here. I honestly don't know what's left. But yeah, and look, maybe this is an issue to be addressed in kind of our other discussion around deviations when that November filing is coming, to specifically highlight deviations, not to say none are allowed, but perhaps this is something that should have some more explanation or advance notice around, especially if there's something material changing, to avoid, litigation in those November filings and really provide a proper preview, as we've been calling it, of whatever those November filings are going to be. So just an idea, maybe this concept is actually related to that in terms of if there are any major changes. That seems a prudent thing for the company to keep people aware of in any preview to the November filing.
So just to confirm, you would want a kind of a comparison, what was presented in the DSP versus what they're going forward, so that it was clear what changes were made since the DSP.
I think that would be a reasonable part of a preview to avoid litigation on a short fuse November filing. Like if we're going for transparency and an understanding of how things comply with the DSP plan, that seems a reasonable thing that would have a heads up. And perhaps there's some like material threshold. So perhaps this is something that goes in the bucket that we should have them discuss with regard to those previews. But it seems to me this is clearly something that could come as a surprise to some parties and would make sense to have more explanation than just getting buried in some documents.
Commissioner Plant?
Maybe not every little thing, but like if there's something actually material that changes.
It could be a threshold at more than 10% variance from the budget or something of that nature.
I mean, I think that makes sense. I mean, should we put you know, criteria around it that, you know, for example, it's to address capacity expansion, or, you know, something specific, a specific objective, or just you know, have a percentage band?
I don't know. I mean, my understanding is this isn't about like defining new activity areas, so I would assume it's all the same purpose still. It's just a different project or a different cadence of a project. So I don't anticipate we'd encounter that issue in my understanding of this. It's just, is there some material change on what the company was planning on doing? That seems like something that should be in a preview.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I support that.
That all makes sense to me, and you might qualify it with the commercially reasonable or good faith language, so it's sensible. Keep going, Mr. Fetters.
Sure. Next item is cost allocation. Piesco is largely proposing to allocate cost components of the GMAC consistently with how those components have been allocated in the past. GMAC costs will be across a wide variety of distribution functions, including substations, primary and secondary lines, service laterals, and metering. Public Service proposes that each of the functions be allocated using the same methodology authorized in the most recent Phase 2 rate case, 23AL-0243E. Piesco asserts that doing so would maintain consistency with the treatment of similar costs and base rates and would avoid large class-specific rate impacts when costs are eventually rolled into base rates. As proposed by Piesco, the allocators used for GMAC costs would start with the Phase 2 allocators for each function, but be modified using a growth factor for each customer class based on forecasted KWH sales relative to the KWH sales used in the Phase 2 proceeding. The company states that this would be consistent with the methodology used in several other riders, including the PCCA and DSMCA, as well as the TCAD. Some costs within the GMAC, including EADA costs, among others, have not been functionalized. These costs would essentially be prorated across all other customer classes based on the allocation of other functionalized costs. SWEEP and NRDC specifically disagree with the cost allocation growth factor proposed by Piesco. SWEEP and NRDC instead recommend that the GMAC use the allocators approved in the company's last Phase 2 case without being updated for KWH sales or otherwise, which they state would align the GMAC more closely with existing base rates and would not rely on uncertain forecasted data. And I'll pause for discussion or can provide a recommendation.
Would you guys like a recommendation?
Yeah, I guess I'm unclear why we would use like a unadjudicated, unendorsed forecast and not just use the last rate case forecast. But that seems the cleanest to me, especially given the concerns we've expressed with the forecast here. I don't know that we've suddenly endorsed forecast values for the cost allocation that clearly we have trouble with. So while perhaps not perfect, these were adjudicated and seem like the most reasonable basis upon which to use.
Commissioner Platt?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. What I wonder about is, I mean, shouldn't we have AMI data that kind of points to this? I don't know.
That would be another significant frustration of mine, the lack of not using actual data. But
I feel like that would be something that we should have, but absent that, go with
you might talk about at some point the use of AMI data. I suppose it's somewhere in the decision matrix, but I'd like to have a conversation about that at some point. So I think we're gonna adopt the SWEEP NRDC position here, Mr. Fetters.
Thank
So
you, commissioners.
keep going.
The last sort of regulatory process item is basically finalization steps to get the GMAC effective January 1st, 2026. But based on the earlier conversations, yeah, I think that's going to be
Yeah, we're not
saved
going to
for
decide that
next week.
today.
And the other items within the GMAC area sort of all relate to the overall conversation about framework and performance-based framework and what to do. So, um,
Let me just go ahead. I'm sorry, Mr. Fetters. I was thinking maybe I'd just ask Commissioner Plant and Commissioner Gilman their thoughts on just the broad areas of performance metrics, what they'd like to see. We're not going to take any votes, but just curious if you guys have any comments on the performance metrics. It would at least help me prepare for the next deliberation. So I don't know. You want to go? I see you leaning in, Commissioner Plant. You want to go first?
Well, I had a list.
No is a fine answer.
I had a list of things, but I kind of put it away because I thought we were going to put that off to the next DSP. But I mean, obviously, the interconnection and then the energization, are key parts. I think, the as it relates to the VPP, the megawatts of aggregation that are being signed up and the delivery of I think AEU suggested 80% capacity participation in the events, and let's see, I had a few other ones but I can't find them right now. But I was thinking that we're probably going to end up, because we don't have really a structure for tying recovery to performance metrics, that we probably put these in a list of things for the next DSP. I kind of figured we.
Well, I mean, it's one thing to do performance metrics, but one thing I'm thinking is that there's certain disclosure that we'd see prior to the November 1st filing. I don't know that there's much we could do. I suppose in an extreme case we could suspend, although that seems problematic under the statute. But I mean, I'd like to see the other statutory objectives integrated with the GMAC cost recovery and not somehow segregated out somewhere else. So maybe there's a set of informational requests that we could have come in that could feed into whatever informal process, or maybe the decision to suspend, not suspend. I don't know. But Commissioner Gilman, anywhere you'd like to go?
I guess in terms of performance at a really broad level to start, it's a bit wild to me that the statutory intent is clearly to improve reliability and improve the timelines for energization and interconnection. And the company is not willing to commit to doing any of those things. That's difficult. I think it's made this case very difficult and very complicated, because clearly that was the promise of the legislation. And we've got the company not willing to really even entertain improvements to any of those as the commitment here, and has not helped their case and has not helped our ability, I think, to decide this case. So, we'll have to have a process coming up to work on energization timelines. I think at a high level, it's a non-starter for me that we would not expect improved interconnection timelines from what is already in rule. And
so what would you do? Let me ask you, what would you do that? Would you condition non-suspense on improvement, and I know council's going to yell at me in a second, But what, just for discussion purposes, what are you gonna do with that?
So
Are
Well,
you,
yeah.
go ahead, Ms. Dundas.
just this is part of that type 2 discussion that we still need to have, because the company's proposal is that the type 2 spending in the GMAC gets conditioned on that with a % reduction as a true up in April. That's their proposal of implementing the interconnection portion of the performance-based framework.
So there's ways maybe we could put some additional GMAC funding. So given that we're haircutting the capacity expansion and keeping the asset reliability and health out of it, maybe there's money we'd add back in that could be subject to the performance review. So I guess
That's where I'd suggest to take it offline.
yeah, so that may be, so all right, keep going. Sorry to interrupt Commissioner Gilman, but that helps a ton, Ms. Dundas.
No, and I think to Ms. Dundas's point, like this is all only applicable. It's only applicable in terms of its direct application to GMAC for type 2, right? Type 1.
Well, but that's what the company proposed, but we have some flexibility to structure it different. So there could be 2 streams of GMAC money, and we could subject the second stream or classify some as separate that doesn't affordably and strategically do it, but will allow it in the GMAC subject to this performance incentive. Commissioner
Just wrote the
Plant.
statute, Chair.
Oh, I did. All right. Better talk to council.
No, I'm saying that is what the framework is. So if there's activities that you don't find strategically and affordably for their legislative priority, they may get GMAC recovery subject to the performance criteria in the statute.
Oh,
so that's why I
did you
suggest
say
bring this back up. I said you just wrote it. We can.
Oh,
pick
I
this
wrote
up
the
next time,
statute.
yeah.
I meant. All right.
No,
I thought you said I broke the statute.
I was just reminding you that language sounds familiar for a reason.
Yeah, I think that, what the company proposed was that they collect 100%, and if they meet all of the rule timeframes that they keep collecting 100, and if they don't, then they get reduced. I think other proposals, I think maybe WRA, was that they actually have to exceed the basic rule timeframes to get added recovery. So they would get a percentage of recovery and then get more if they outpaced the rules. But I don't know if we if we wanted to, what we would want to put into that sort of level 2, what they're calling level 2 recovery that would be subject to performance indicators, or if we want to put the performance indicator piece off until the next DSP. I'm not sure what.
A piece of asset health and reliability related to fixing the worst outages. Maybe.
Yeah.
Commissioner Gilman?
Yeah, so I guess just like at a high level, because I think we'll have to come back to this next week, the way it's looking, but like at a high level, I certainly think the company would have to improve on interconnection timelines, like just meeting what's already in rule does not seem to me to make the legislative intent here, nor make a lot of sense. We still have to look at the energization timeline piece. I think a key part of that will be like, when does the clock actually start? That's one of the things that really came up in the BE barriers docket that I ran, was there can be some maneuvering around when that process actually starts, when a application is considered complete. There was frustration by some customers that sometimes it took months for an application to be considered complete. So there is a sponginess to what is actually considered in that timeline that is like really going to make it difficult to set those timelines and expectations. But clearly the expectations, those improve. So I think as part of this, we're going to have to begin a really data collection in earnest here to understand what baseline we're dealing with, right? Especially since all of this is new. Like, I think that has to be part of this first effort, especially around energization timelines, before we have the rules in place. we have got to like start a good data collection process to really understand and to make sure we're comparing apples to apples with when the application was in, when, you know, so we can get a good data set upon which to like do that next step, and set those rules. And then at a high level with regard to reliability, you know, I'm not confident we're there on this record to set something right now. But a lot of people point to the QSP. I mean, there's a lot of convincing that needs to be done with me to make the QSP be worth enough money that it matters. It's not right now worth anywhere near the amount that's kind of at stake here. And so I think we'd really need to work on the QSP being having more dollars at stake potentially to make that be a possible venue here. But like that's not ready for prime time to be like deployed here, nor is any party really supporting involving that yet in those evaluations. So
Are you thinking like a proceeding, like something that comes out of this that looks at all those?
I don't know. Or if that's in the QSP, we really have to look at how the dollar values are meaningful enough. I think we seem to all have a sense at this point they're not meaningful enough now to make that like a meaningful trigger. So like those are my general senses. And then to me, like in the statute, you know, I was not really enthralled by the company's description that there should be no expectation that reliability increases or that we can in any way measure that reliability increased. I think if you're strategically going about this, there should be a way to measure that reliability increased. You should be targeting the things that matter the most and make the biggest difference so that the metrics move. But I think we're going to have to use broad enough metrics that they're not really gameable. So that will be a task to be done in the future.
Can I just say one thing on that? It's not as bad as, I mean, if you look at the staff report on the outages, it suggests like 6 or 8 metrics that are pretty quantifiable. So, and that's all in this case. So there's a pretty decent record of performance being like that, you know, significantly declining in 2023, 2024. So, I don't know how prescriptive we could be, but there's pretty clear metrics where we have a historical record decreasing performance, and that can give us something to base something here.
Yeah. And to me also, like as we go forward and look at that expectation in alignment with my expectations on interconnection, I think reliability improves means it improves, not that it like stays the same. And so the intent is for it to improve, and that should be able to be borne out in some sort of metrics. And I think some of this will be employable in this DSP and some of it is not, and we'll have to set it up in the next DSP, including even things that get type 1 recovery here, like capacity expansion. You know, as I kind of mentioned before, some of that is kind of based on benefit of the doubt that this gets people energized quicker, that this gets loads, DERs interconnected quicker, because we're required to do this on a prospective basis. And it's very difficult, honestly, to make a strategic and affordable determination on a prospective basis. But I think the company's performance in these first years of the plan will be very informative to how this is viewed in the next DSP and considerations for GMAC treatment there. Whereas if, let's say, all this investment in capacity expansion does not bear out and improve those things, that could be viewed pretty differently in terms of its treatment in the next DSP and may not automatically be considered to be being done strategically and affordably.
All right. I think that may be as much as we can do today. Ms. Dundas, Mr. Fetters, Mr. Mendelson, anything else for today?
Well, I would like to just bring up our plan for next week. We didn't get to step 3 at all today, so I would propose that at next week's CWM, we handle step 3 and just keep it to the settlements and the data issues, and then
Be careful. It's
another.
it's a jammed agenda, but maybe.
Okay. Another option is we have a hold on your calendars for Thursday morning. So we're planning on potentially doing SCDM then for as continuation. That was pretty much understood. But and I hesitate because it's a 3 hour window and step 3 has a lot of steps. But we could see as far as we get with that, and then if we have to finalize at the next week's CWM, that could be.
Yeah, I'll let me take a look at the 1029 CWM agenda. And we can take it from there, Mr. Mendelson.
Okay, and you asked that advisors put together a list of options, so we'll get started with that to give you some perspective on your different pathways with that last discussion.
Thanks, Ms. Dundas. Oh, you're muted.
Nothing important. I was just going to throw out that we also vacated Thursday afternoon in the Black Hill CHP hearings. That might provide some more time too.
You mean Wednesday afternoon?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, right. I wouldn't be, there's only like 4.5 hours across. I wouldn't be surprised if we finished Monday. So there may be time Tuesday. All right. Well, thanks so much to advisors and councils for leading us through this. Thanks to both of you and the parties for the dialogue. And anything else, Commissioner Gilman, before we break? Commissioner Plant.
Nothing else.
All right. Thanks a lot, everyone. Till next time.